I am a Lensbaby addict.
Stimulate your creativity.
To turn an ordinary location into something extraordinary.
Dreamy blur.
Something more than picture perfect.
Dramatic, beautiful looks in camera.
A creative edge.
Beautiful, dreamy blur.
Allowing me to be completely free with my photography.
A magical selective focus.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Unique look and a little different perspective.
They allow me to break the rules.
Unique perspective on every photo that I capture.
And I'm making that magic happen at the Lens.
I am a Lensbaby addict.
Stimulate your creativity.
To turn an ordinary location into something extraordinary.
Dreamy blur.
Something more than picture perfect.
Dramatic, beautiful looks in camera.
A creative edge.
Beautiful, dreamy blur.
allowing me to be completely free with my photography.
A magical selective focus.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Unique look and a little different perspective.
They allow me to break the rules.
Unique perspective on every photo that I capture.
And I'm making that magic happen at the Lens.
I am a Lensbaby addict.
Stimulate your creativity.
To turn an ordinary location into something extraordinary.
Dreamy blur.
Something more than picture perfect.
Dramatic, beautiful looks in camera.
A creative edge.
Beautiful, dreamy blur.
allowing me to be completely free with my photography.
A magical selective focus.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That experimentation and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Unique look and a little different perspective.
They allow me to break the rules.
Unique perspective on every photo that I capture.
And I'm making that magic happen at the Lens.
Hey, welcome back, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. It is day 2. We hope that you're having an amazing time, learning a ton, and taking away bits and pieces with you from this. Right now, this morning, I am joined by Lensbaby co-founder Craig Strong. Craig, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Michael. What a great conference.
I know it's incredible what can happen when we bring amazing people together to do extraordinary things. And obviously we couldn't do it without this amazing audience who's hanging out and watching us and viewing this from really everywhere in the world right now. You know, I bet if I would have told you at the beginning of 2020 we'd be doing this, you'd have thought I was crazy.
I know, our first worldwide conference. It's amazing.
I know, it really is. But, you know, I think about that when it comes to photography as a whole. People always kind of attribute the word crazy to Lensbaby, right? We're a little bit out there. We go against the grain. Things are a little bit different. And that's not too far from the truth. I mean, if you think about it, before we jump into that, though, for those who don't know, I am Michael Anthony. I'm the Vice President of Sales and Marketing here at Lensbaby. And Craig, could you give a quick introduction about you and your role?
So I co-founded Lensbaby with Sam Pardue back in 2020. Wow, long week. 2003, and we came out with our first product in 2004. And I've been the creative product kind of director ever since. I came up with the original innovation and have been just kind of herding it all the way along because of all the things that our amazing users and the photographers of the world have said, hey, I want this, I want that, and a few things that we've said, well, we think they want it, even though they don't ask. So it's been quite a journey. But yeah, 17 years ago, and before that, I was working on all the stuff that led up to that first original Lensbaby.
Yeah, and that's where I want to actually start this conversation, because for those that don't know, you were a professional photographer like myself for a very long time. And in that, you stepped into this place of experimentation and discovery, and lo and behold, a side project and something that was fun turned into something I imagine bigger than you ever thought it would be. Take us back to early 2000s and what's happening that's pushing Craig Strong into this place where suddenly there's like, oh, idea.
Well, first I want to acknowledge, yes, this is way bigger, and with help from Sam, with help from you, with help from Carrie and the marketing team throughout the years, this idea has been shared with so many people that have really picked it up and run with it. And so you're right, this is beyond my wildest dreams. And if we go back to my photography business, the fact that I was making these things for myself, I was making a whole bunch of stuff for myself. And I was making TTL cords, you know, not very fun, you know, left brain stuff. I was making diffusers and all sorts of crazy things throughout the years just to give myself an edge as like, this is the way Craig is able to go into a shoot and quickly, because I was working for editorial clients. I didn't want to have to bring an assistant and you know, a big, huge Norman strobe setup and do all the things that would slow me down when I got there. So I was working really lightweight and just me. So I was able to be a fly on the wall. I was able to not have the distraction of having to work with a team on set. So those were some of the things that I did as far as the lighting stuff primarily, but there were other things that I was doing at the time. What happened was what I talked about in my keynote was that exposure to a couple of photographers that were not photojournalists, that were more on the fine art side, and I wanted to be able to have a visual language that was different than what I had learned really well. I wanted to add that so that they would complement each other. And so it really was building it for myself that I said, you know, I want something that can stretch me, that can give me a broader appeal and be able to photograph something and really come away with the essence of that and choose from my super sharp glass or choose from some other creative thing. And it was other photographers like Kevin Kubota and Soren was a good friend of mine here in town, and Randy, and a bunch of people that looked at what I was doing and said, oh my gosh, I can't do that. Can you make me one? And, or tell me how to make one, or whatever it was. It was not intended for quite a while to be a product that went out to the world, but that's where it ended up going. And like I've said, it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration with those early adopters and Peggy Dyer and the people at the Kubota workshops, and you know, that enthusiasm and that excitement and that direction really led us to where we're at today.
Yeah, and that's powerful, right? And I often think about the impact that community has on us when we are putting ourselves in this position of trying something new, right? And you know, the title of this conversation is the mindset of photography. And I often think about the places that I've been throughout the course of my own career, and being able to leverage not only the understanding of it's okay to try something new, but often being pushed by those around me who said, yeah, you're stale, you're futile, like the things that you are doing aren't challenging yourself, you know it, like step into it. When you were first like in there tinkering, experimenting in New York with Kevin and kind of putting this together, where was your head at? Like what was happening within your mind?
Well, I've said it before, and the motivation for me was a lot of frustration. Like I was frustrated with it when I got to New York City with my D30 and my 28 millimeter. I was frustrated with the fact that, you know, the sensor was too small. Like, what are they thinking putting a 1.6x sensor in there? So that got me to try something new. And I think paying attention to those frustrations, paying attention to the fact that, hey, I don't want to have a minivan full of equipment to go shoot a portrait. And that's, you know, earlier in my career, it was like, how do I do this in a way that I can just have it over my shoulder and it can look just as professional? And I think if we can pay attention to those frustrations that come up, and you talk about, you know, a mentor saying that, hey, it's getting stale here, and those are things to pay attention to. But you know, for me primarily, it's I'm my own worst critic, and looking at the things that I'm dissatisfied with has been a key to growth and to movement, and it's really what led to this entire project at Lensbaby.
Yeah, you know, that's such a valid point. And I mean, of course, as artists, we're always going to be our worst critic, right? But I think very often you can't see the forest for the trees in that scenario. And I think about all the times that I entered into contests or submissions, or had someone just sit down with me and look at my portfolio, being in like New York City with this legendary street photographer, Zach Arias, or Sal Sankata, the list goes on and on and on. And just they're being like, this is bad. Right? Even though like at the time I was like, this is really good, right? I felt like, and I'm so curious about your thought, I felt like I needed to remove the pride of feeling like I had an amazing shot to get better.
Yeah.
So often, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think of I went to a flying short course, which was a photojournalism conference that happened, I think it was yearly, it might have been quarterly, but it was in San Francisco, and there were two of my idolized editors there. And one of them I sat down with first. He looked at my 20 portfolio, you know, 11 by 14s mounted on black boards. It was all standard, you know, this is the way you show your portfolio. And he went through them so fast, like he couldn't have spent more than a second and a half on each photo. And he put them back on the table, and he said, no secondary subject matter. He pushed my portfolio back to me, and he turned to my friend, who he later said did the same thing with, and said, find another career. But he just pushed it back to me and said, no secondary subject matter. He turned to my friend without giving me any clue of what that meant. And I went, whoa, you know, what just happened? And he went, can you give me examples? I think, because if I'd said what just happened, or, you know, that's wrong or whatever, he probably would have, you know, just never spoken to me again. But I said, can you give me some examples of that? And he went through my photos, and one of them was my favorite photo, one of my first images that I really loved from college. And he just talked about, he goes, you know, there's nowhere else for my eyes to go except to the subject, you know, so where is this story going to take me? And that was profound, and it was amazing. And then I went to a table in this convention room where this other editor was, and she went through my portfolio and she loved everything, and she stopped at that particular image. This is a National Geographic editor, and she got to that image. She said, this is maybe the most beautiful image I've ever seen in my life. This really touches me. And I was, you know, my head is huge, and I'm like, great, you know, and I walk away from that conversation, and, you know, I had to ignore that positive content, that positive comment, because if I had paid attention to that and basically said Gary Fong was wrong, then, you know, the other Gary Fong, and if I had done that, then I would have missed out on that lesson, that puzzle, that frustration of, hey, why don't my images tell more of a story? Why is there just one piece of content here? How can I get multiple moments happening in the same image? And I got good at that over the years. I got good at recognizing, putting myself in the same spot as a moment was going to happen, which is what a photojournalist does. And then saying, okay, there might be a moment happening in the background as well if I position myself just right. But I think taking advantage of those negative comments, taking advantage of somebody who's super cranky and maybe had just, you know, looked at 50 portfolios before I saw him, and not personalizing that, taking that criticism and using it for your own good.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much of the process of getting better. I mean, I recall a single image I took at a wedding. It was a portrait that was set up. It was all of the things, right? And it getting published in 4 different magazines, and it being on the cover of websites. And then me sitting down with a person whom at the time I was like, this person is the person in wedding photography, and showing them the image, and they're basically telling me it was terrible. Yeah. And I respect that, because I asked their opinion, and it was in asking that question that then they broke it down for me, right? And very much the same way they like reviewed and went through with you, I had that moment as well. And I thought to myself, oh, this is how you get better, right? But I also think about, we all start somewhere, and so much of this journey, so much of photography is just putting the lens on the camera, stepping out into whatever environment it is that you want to be in, and taking the photo, and then putting it out there, and creating the work and putting it out there, and then doing it again and again and again ad nauseum. One, because that's how you build your esteem within this thing that we love. And 2, because it's how you get better. What was from just a pure photographic perspective, what was your journey just into stepping into being a photographer? Because there's a lot of space between Craig Lensbaby, Craig professional, and Craig picking up that camera.
Yeah, and I want to hear your story as well, Michael. I think that's important to share with this group. But my story started with assuming the identity of a photographer as an 8th grader, or, you know, a graduated 8th grader when I got my first SLR. You know, it was all manual. It was, you know, probably as old as I was, but it was something that I had wanted for a long time. And I got it for graduation from 8th grade, and I was a photographer. My photos sucked, but I was a photographer. That was my identity. And I glommed onto that, largely because the gear was so cool. And every once in a while I made a photo that was like, oh, well, that's a pleasant surprise. Most of the time I was like, that's an unpleasant surprise. But those frustrations along the way, like I was talking about, when a roll would come back, and like 2 images out of 36 or 24 would be, you know, worthy of having even developed, that was a start. And I think so talking about my journey, I think I can look at those moments along the way, the overexposed slides, the underexposed slides, the you know, light leak that I had in my camera, or opening the back too soon. All of these things, like when they happen to you, when they happened to me at a young age or early in photography, I would just be like, stupid, 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 stupid. And it felt very destructive. Like I was just so hard on myself, but I was able to turn that into learning. I was able to say, okay, but how can I do this better? I remember working after college, I worked in a group of weekly newspapers, and seeing the National Press Photographer Association's monthly contest and never winning, and looking at these pictures for these communities, because I was heading the photography over 7 different newspapers, and you know, which is a glorified job for a less than you know, essentially a glorified title for a minimum wage job, just for the excitement of working in a newspaper team. And it was awesome. It was the best job I've ever had. But I was looking at these monthly contests in the magazine and going, I'm in that situation once a month, and I have never seen a moment like that happen. And so realizing that there are things that I just don't see, I do not pick up on. And so while I was learning the technical, making sure that I was ready when moments did happen and when I started to see them, because I didn't have to think about my gear. I didn't have to worry about opening the back on accident before the film's rewound. I didn't have to worry about the exposure issues that haunted me as a young photographer, because our cameras had nothing like what today's cameras do in terms of exposure. You know, the artificial intelligence essentially that all our cameras have now. So it was all manual, or most of it. And so for me to be able to master that you know, the equipment and the technical side of things, so that I could free my mind to just worry about the moments, just focus on what's going on in front of you, and you've got it on the rest. Because once I was able to let go of that left brain exercise of, am I even going to focus it right? Am I even going to expose it right? Then I was able to look at the things that I couldn't do that other photographers were doing, and then focus on that and saying, okay, it's happening, I just don't see it, so let's start seeing it.
Yeah. And I resonate with a lot of that, right? I mean, tell me about your journey. How'd you get started?
I mean, I've been in this industry in some shape or fashion for 30 years, which is pretty insane. And like thinking about it, I got my first real experience with cameras was with my grandmother's Polaroid. And my grandmother was a chain smoker, right? And this is important for a reason. And I grabbed her Polaroid one Saturday where she was taking a nap. And I remember the only context of this ever being, don't ever touch this. This is not for you because you're 5. And thinking like, that must mean it's something cool. Like literally that was my thought. And grabbing her Polaroid, taking it to the ashtray. She had one of those big round crystal ashtrays just packed to the brim with cigarette butts, and wrapping off like 8 Polaroids with that thing. And you got to think like, that's like $20 back then. That's $1 million. And just A, getting in an immense amount of trouble for this. And then B, being sparked with this amazing curiosity to capture moments that I had control over. And like being a kid and recognizing like I have the ability to make this thing last forever. And my grandmother as a photographer, like she always had a camera with her, but she wasn't a photographer. She just always had a camera, right? You know how that goes. Yep. And so as I headed into 5th grade, she bought me my first camera, a Canon AE1, and I took it on this field trip to Washington, D.C. And she gave me a couple rolls of film, which was also funny, the only field trip I ever took in all 12 years of public school. And she gave me these 3 rolls of film, 2 black and white and 1 color. And she says, this is all you get. And just remember thinking, like wanting to be strategic about everything that I did. And so much of that journey was on Friday nights. She would take us to Target and we would pick up the negatives we had dropped off from the week before, and then drop off the new negatives, and then thinking about what we wanted to print. And then she had these sewing machine tins this big that had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of photos in them. And I was just enamored by it. And that consumed me until I found sports and girls and those things in high school. And I found myself removed from it till I was a senior. in high school, and then getting in trouble, about to get kicked out of school, and being forced effectively to go and help with the yearbook. And then not doing that also because I was like, whatever. And and in that, reaching to this idea of like, okay, photography is just kind of this thing that I do sometimes. Well, fast forward some corporate America time, and then landing in my early 20s, and coming across an ad for Robert's camera and thinking like, okay, maybe I still want to do this in some capacity. Going there, buying a camera, and just being, again, just consumed with it. And fast forward a few more years, and I was like, I'm going to try this professionally, which is the worst mistake I think anyone can ever make. It is a terrible idea. I don't, even though like, and I say this in pause because I was very successful in it after a very long period of time. And then coming to recognize like, photography is always going to be a part of my life in some capacity, but it doesn't have to be the thing that pays my bills. And then, you know, about almost 5 years ago, removing myself from that industry entirely, and then magically somehow through serendipity, the universe, whatever you want to call it, landing here. And now fast forward 4 years of being at Lensbaby, having this conversation with you.
That's awesome. What's coming to mind as you're talking is very much parallel for both of us, and that's that photography as a career wasn't a destination. For some people, it is, and but for you and I, it was something that happened early on our path that moved us in a direction that that we couldn't envision. And you know, similar to the progression of the Lensbaby lineup over the years, I had no idea where we were headed. I just knew that I wanted something different, and I moved on it, you know, and I took that first step. So I do think that that you're right. It's a very difficult choice to become a professional photographer, and neither one of us regret it at all.
Yeah, I don't, and that's a really important point. And I don't want to scare people away who are listening to this right now, who are leveraging the idea that that dream can be theirs, because it 100% can be. Because I think about, and I'm going to ask you about this, but I think about my journey into becoming a pro and the sacrifices that it made, and the work and the hours and the community and the building and all the things before it started like running like a well-oiled machine, and then leveraging that for years and years and growing and growing and growing. And then finally having this moment where I was like, this actually isn't for me anymore. And deciding to remove myself, not because I didn't have amazing clients and amazing community. And I mean, heck, you and I know half the people in this industry between each other. And I think about that, and it served me while it needed to serve me. And my fear, what I don't want people to walk away from this, is that it's scary to do, because it is scary to do, but it's very plausible. What was your journey into stepping into being a professional? Because outside of the business scope of it, that's all fine and dandy. I think you can go learn business anywhere right now about photography. You will go figure it out. It's called Google. But there is a part of it that is so much more intricate and, dare I say, difficult to work your way through. And that's the mindset of it, right? Because being a professional photographer, or a photographer in general, takes a certain amount of will. Can you talk about like just your experience as a photographer?
Well, I think the thing that comes to mind is just the loneliness of that decision. For me, there was nobody saying, "Oh, this is a good idea." You know, no adults in my life were saying, "Oh, you should go to where there's no guaranteed work and you don't have a regular paycheck and you don't have health insurance." Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I want for my son or my friend or my, you know, it's just, nobody's going to be pushing you in that direction. It really has to be a passion. If you're going to do it, you got to go against all odds, because, you know, as far as full-time photography goes, that's what that looked like for me. I had lots of discouraging voices saying, no, this is a hobby. This is something that is not going to work out for you, Craig. And for me, I had planned on another career. I graduated college and we were in a recession, and the job that I'd been offered was rescinded. And I went, hey, I could be a photographer. and it was like the angels sang for me. I'm going to be broke anyhow because there's no jobs, and certainly not in the field that I was headed into. And like, okay, let's do this. What do I have to lose? And I would say that's the theme for me that I look back on and say, what do I have to lose? One, and am I going to do whatever it takes? If I'm willing to do whatever it takes, and that could mean, the most extreme poverty, or, going as long as I'm moving forward in my hopes and dreams for what that career could be for me. If I'm willing to do whatever it takes, and if I just can't let go of this, then it's a requirement. And it was a requirement for me. How about you?
100%. I made the deck. I mean, I did something people don't normally do. And I walked away from a Fortune 50 career at the age of 24. And because I recognized two things. One, I think like you, I was willing to take the risk because I was curious about the other side. And then I think the other part of it is we're going to die one day. And I don't ever want to think about the what ifs, right? But I will say this, the lesson I probably learned more so that I think you came into it with the understanding of was the idea of there being a chance for reaching poverty. I remember, you know where I'm going with this. I remember in the first couple years of this career borrowing money to pay rent from my girlfriend and being like, I might get a job for $20 eventually. Can I borrow rent money? And then thinking about that repeating thing in the same thing in the back of my head, what am I willing to do to make this happen? And then through just the toil of it and the torment and the loneliness and the unbelievable amount of hours shaking hands and meeting people and going to conferences, and most importantly, probably learning the craft. Yeah. Right. And really learning it, like being able to be in any situation and get a positive outcome. And fast forwarding a couple of years and getting to that place where finally I had a great studio, was getting recognition and all of those things. It all came from a foundation of suffering. Right. But maybe that's the artist's lament, right? Where you're just like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. But that doesn't mean that's necessarily true for everyone, because I remember a time, and very much like the times I exist in now, where photography is joyful. It's fun. It is something that for me, it doesn't carry that same weight of the world. It took a while to get back to that, but now that we are both very much removed from this as an industry, I'm very curious about your thoughts about the way you feel about photography now, just in general.
Yeah, I want to comment on what you just said as well. The learning the craft is one thing, and that craft could be seen as becoming a great photographer, becoming a great artist, making the photos that people want. But the part that I know about you is all the books you read, to be able to market yourself. In most jobs, you've got a structure where other people are doing roles that you're not hired for. As a freelance photographer, you were supporting yourself in all of those roles as well. And so that's, I remember reading the E-Myth and putting systems in place that I had just pages and pages and pages of all the calls that we had, and analyzing where every single lead came from, and getting to the end of the year and looking at this thing, and I had this much on a clipboard, and I never went back to it. I'm like, well, anecdotally, I think I got it from whatever, the wedding bureau, or I got it from this, or I got it from that. It's just constant work. And for me, some people are able to switch gears and do that left brain, right brain, and not get exhausted. I was not. It was like, okay, I just put all of this work into building systems and managing systems for 2 years, and now I'm so tired. And so I think that ultimately, looking for an environment where I'm supported by people that are doing the things that I'm not good at, ended up getting me out of the industry, and being part of a team, and having you here, and having the Lensbaby team, and then the added bonus that I never guessed was this unbelievable community of photographers, and that's just amazing. And I love being part of this in a role that I never imagined myself being in as a tinkerer. And I have no idea what your question was.
Yeah, I knew we were getting to that place. No, but you're right. And of course, I mean, I often measure the idea that anything that anyone has ever done that is great was not done alone. It takes team, it takes a community, right? It takes so much more than just you. And I love that you mentioned that, you know, there are people who can step into creating and building all the systems. That was me, but it also was probably the reason why it took me longer to build my studio, instead of hiring people to do it, which also kind of, you know, hand washes the hand because you have to have money to do one or the other. So no, but my question was, what are your thoughts on photography just as a general statement in consideration that you're removed from it as a professional? Because we have to keep in mind here that I would say the vast majority of people who are hanging out with us at the amazing Shoot Extraordinary conference, they're hobbyists. They're moms and dads and friends and brothers and cousins and people who just like you and I in that place where we began, they just love photography.
Yeah. Well, I would say that photography is young. You know, it's been, what, 180 years since the first photographs were taken. And, you know, you think about technology, that seems like forever in this digital age, but photography isn't digital. It's being produced in a way that is quicker and we can learn faster. And that's my biggest excitement about digital photography, is that I from the get-go, with that D30 and that crazy lens that I put on the front of it, I was able to look at it and say, oh, don't do this, do that, try something new. And so the learning curve went from, you know, a day at the least between the time I took the picture and remembered what I'd done and was able to evaluate it and then make a slight adjustment. I grew very slow. Fortunately, I had newspapers and magazines and whatnot paying for my film, because I took, you know, 100,000 images before coming into a place where I had a digital camera, you know, maybe 200,000, I don't know who was counting, but I wasn't paying for it, is the point. And now to be able to go get a used SLR or use your phone or have these things where you can evaluate on the spot, like, think about that learning curve. It's so short. And the fact that, you know, 180 years ago, it was super tedious. You know, you might be able to get one photo that worked a month if you're shooting all the time. I don't know. Those early pioneers were benefiting from those artists and those technicians that were on the forefront. Now what that has led to, and because it's young, I think it is going to change so much. And there are going to be things, it's gone to a place of just absolute perfection. I have a 47 megapixel camera. Like, what? Like, and it has a high resolution mode that you get a 200 megabyte file per image. And like, how do you even hold it? How do you get a tripod strong enough and to not be jiggling at that resolution? Like what is going on here? That's the direction that this industry has gone in since digital. And I think it's that pendulum is going to swing back to, okay, yeah, but what touches my soul? What is it that is meaningful here? And I am super excited about seeing what our kids are doing. It's a language now. You know, Apple wanted to conquer photography, and they really made it you know, it's a way of communicating. You know, it's video now. It's, you know, you've got all sorts of, I'm excited to see what's happening in 20, 30 years in photography. And I don't think it's going to be getting more and more and more perfect, because how much more perfect can you get? And even if you can, why?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm sitting here as I'm thinking about, like, what does art mean in regard to photography, and to be a creative as we further step into this journey. And very much so being in this place of resonating with this idea of two things. One, because I was in the transition of photography in the early 2000s when it went from film, which I learned on, into digital, which everyone wanted to burn down with pitchforks and torches, and thinking about how useful and powerful both are as both mediums and as tools. And thinking about the growth that I had in photography with digital cameras, because there is a 0% chance that I would have had the money to do what I did in regard to just practicing and snapping off shots. I mean, I probably took 100,000 self-portraits learning lighting from Creative Live in like 2007, right? And thinking about like, you couldn't do that with film, but then also having a vast appreciation for learning how to use a camera. And part of me, and look, I'm not gonna be like old guy sitting on the porch about this, but I often wonder, like, is digital in any way a detriment to the craft? And not to harp on it, but I often wonder, like, maybe one of the greatest things that we do as a brand with Lensbaby, to just come back towards that for a moment, is that we actually kind of force people back into learning the basics of this. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think automation is the biggest challenge. I don't think the technology of digital, which changes it from film, you know, from this organic thing that had a lot of life to it, and you had, you know, you made all your choices as far as your palette and your contrast and all of that, when you put that roll of film in there. That was amazing technology that had been developed over the previous 160 years, but the automation and the taking us out of the process, I think that's where Lensbaby, getting a let's see, saying this is your aperture, you know, with the original Lensbaby, and people are like, well, I don't understand that. We had a lot of schools, like a lot of teachers come and say, oh, this is a great way to teach aperture to my kids, who just kind of glaze over when they're looking at, you know, the setting and it goes dark. They don't know why and whatnot. So I do think that it's hands-on. It's literally hands-on. You're touching something. It's making a difference. And I think the closer we can get to our art and our expression in that sense. Now I'm wanting to, you know, make my own ink for my pen and ink, you know, darn you, Michael. But the closer we can get to the beginnings and the origins of the photos we're taking, the images that we're creating, I think the more soul comes in, and the more process that we're a part of, I think the more of us ends up in that final image.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And you know, my thought on that is very true also. And I think about too, sometimes it's, you know, the best photo I've ever taken in my life, in my opinion, was with a point and shoot camera that was 7.1 megapixels.
Yeah.
And I have owned a vast array of cameras, and some that cost more than cars. And knowing that it's not always the tool, it's like your tool is your ability to see that moment, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So much of the baseline of this company was seeing a new way, and that being this thing about how do you capture things in a different manner than everyone else who's taking the same exact photo as you. You know, being, how do you stand in front of the Louvre and take a different photo than the other 9,000 people there? And now as we continue to transition, and like anything, like any person, like any object, to grow, to change, to shift, to adopt, to adapt, to become this new thing, and stepping into this idea of Shoot Extraordinary. And here we are at the Shoot Extraordinary conference, and being together with people around the world in, honestly, an extraordinary way. What does it mean to you? Not to the brand, not to Lensbaby, but to Craig. What does Shoot Extraordinary mean to you?
Well, you bring up the idea of having this unique thing that nobody else has, and like I said in my keynote, that that was part of my idea of making stuff for my photography business. And now here we're saying Shoot Extraordinary, and seeing a new way, and we're selling all these lenses. So you could potentially be standing next to a photographer with another Lensbaby, maybe the same one. And so how does this differentiate? Like how do you shoot extraordinary when you're not as unique as maybe you'd hoped you've been? First of all, we're still very niche. It's, you know, very, we've got our lovers and our haters are, you know, outweighing the lovers, and that's absolutely fine by me. partly because it does give us an opportunity to be on the leading edge of bringing that process and that life back into photography. And I think Shoot Extraordinary is knowing your tools and enough that you don't have to think about them. So spending time getting out there and saying, oh, I'm comfortable with this. I've learned a new process. I know not to tilt too far. I know what happens when I open it all the way up or stop it all the way down. And then just being able to get into the zone and be able to put yourself in a subject matter that around a subject matter that you care about, and let it go. Say, what do I see? Am I able to capture and create images that convey the emotion and the care, the value that I have on what's going on around me? And if I can't, take that frustration and learn from it and come back again. I think it is frustrating to learn anything new, and we're handing people lenses that don't work like any other lenses. And I think that frustration is a key element in the entire equation, in the equation of seeing a new way and Shoot Extraordinary, and however a photographer might describe their experience of getting closer to their vision of what the world is and how they can portray that in the world. It's the frustration is the beginning. It was the beginning for me in starting this company. And I think in any great anything worth doing and anything worth being good at, it's worth being bad at for a while. It's worth going through, and the harder the struggle to get there, usually the more reward on the other end.
Yeah, I can't recall a time ever in my life where I did something that I thought was hard and then it turned out that it was easy and it felt rewarding, right? There's so much truth into the struggle, because that's a big part of it, right? Creatives, we often struggle with identity, with being introverted, with comparison, with all of the things that the world has to offer. One of the things that you have to do if you want to use Lensbaby and you dare be a part of this amazing group of people who share that work, is immediately you're going against the grain. Immediately you have already ostracized yourself into this collective, because the world looks at us and they go, no, you're different. You don't get a play in the club. You don't get to sit at the table. And yet we stand over here and we go, that's fine. We'll build our own table. We'll build our own neighborhood. We'll build our own community.
That's totally true. And I think what I love is the stories of people just going out and shooting, and then not, the Lensbaby, just the effect or the way they use it just melds into their vision of the world, and people recognize that. They're not recognizing that, oh, that's a sweet spot, or that's a slice, or that's got swirl. They're just saying that is great art. And when that happens, that's when it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm using gear that somebody else hates. It doesn't matter that maybe my mentor thinks I'm an idiot for even doing this, or I get that criticism from Gary Fong because I've got some image that was made with something he doesn't like. It doesn't matter. It's when somebody takes a tool and makes it work for them, learns whatever that tool is, whether it's a tack sharp L series lens that cost you $5,000, or if it's a $150 Lensbaby, to be able to take that tool and say, this is going to work in my journey. It's going to help me get to where I want to be, that I haven't been able to get before. And that's when people get their images recognized by others, but more importantly, they feel that reward that, hey, this is something that feeds my soul, because all of a sudden I'm able to see the world through my camera in the way that my mind or my heart or my soul sees the world.
Yeah. And one of the things I think that's really impactful, and now having 4 years in this position of seeing this company as the first hand, is there's no comparison, right? When we look at, for instance, Lensbaby Unplugged, that group is supportive, and we don't measure quality of, is it tack sharp? Is it the right contrast? Is it blown out? So on and so forth. All the things that so often become the precursor for whether or not we consider art to be palatable. Instead, we have this amazing, beautiful community that says, thank you for trying. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being a person who's willing to take a risk and step into the unknown. Because here's what's so fascinating, and I welcome the haters personally, because it means that we're doing something that challenges people's understanding of something, right?
Absolutely.
And the thing that haters always say is it's not sharp. If that's the measure for art, then you can have it all day long. But to step into Lensbaby Unplugged and to look at that group and that community that we started years ago as this place for an outlet for this community to share their work, to be supportive and to show up for each other, man, I don't know how you make it better than that. And as we start to wrap up here, Craig, we're running out of time, but I really would be remiss if I didn't ask this question. What do you see the future of Lensbaby photographers being?
Well, you talked about the particular community of Lensbaby Unplugged, and there's several communities, and how supportive that is. And I think there is room right now, and that's an amazing group, and people go there and share images from any part in that journey. Like, I was on the journey as a terrible photographer, at one point, and learning and growing. And so am I going to go in and say, well, that's, give some discouraging comment to somebody about what they're trying to do, what they're trying to learn? Absolutely not. I think the journey of bringing a larger group together like we are this week is I think that's going to bring some of the critique in there, to be able to say, okay, this is a safe place. This is a place where I know everybody has my best interest in mind. We're focusing on things we have in common instead of talking about the things that polarize us. And that is beautiful. Any opportunity in this world that we have to say, hey, this is what I care about, this is what we have in common, let's do it, because there's plenty of other things out there to divide us. And so if we can come in and give a model where not only are we being supportive, but we're also offering the ability to come alongside and do what Gary Fong did to me at that critique, and give me something hard that I can hear. And I think that's, as this community matures, that when that is welcome, and when we create boundaries in that space that say, okay, this is a situation where we are able to come in and actually come alongside and help people get over the big hurdles, and not just have them out in the field going, I don't know why my pictures aren't getting more likes. I don't know why I'm not feeling as good about these as I feel about somebody else's images that I'm seeing all the time, or this person's getting 200 likes and I'm getting 3. I don't understand that, and they disappear. But that they can come in and say, hey, I'm frustrated. Can you help me? And we can give honest, really constructive feedback. And as as the community grows, I think that's going to become more safe, and never will be okay to come in and say, flower photography is bunk, and you must be ridiculous to do that, or like putting people in their place. There's no room for that. But coming in and coming alongside and saying, this is how I can help you further your craft. I think that's what's ahead for Lensbaby, where people's visions will be growing, not just because they have a new tool that maybe they don't understand real well, and hopefully somebody will have some comment that they that will help them as they're searching and searching and searching, but that somebody can come along side by side and say, hey, I can help you with this.
Yeah, totally. And that's so much what I think about as we move forward, what this becomes for us as a brand as well, because the community, obviously, without them, without all the amazing people right now at Shoot Extraordinary Conference, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And I see an immense and exponential growth in that, because I think, and this is just my understanding of it, and I've been close to photography my entire life, I think we're tired of the same old. And one of the things that we have the ability to do as Lensbaby is give people something different. For those who are willing to be the risk takers and the weirdos and the show up with the gear and the silver lens and the switch on the side that does the thing that pops out, and they go, what is that? And that's the power in what we do. It gives you, unlike, and look, it's not a comparison, because I don't think we live in the same boat as anyone else in the world. It's just simply something that's here as a tool for people who are willing to step into the unknown, with the hopes that on the backside of it, something beautiful will come from it. And so
it's a ticket to a journey, and there's no destination guaranteed. But if you want to go on that journey, we're on it together.
yeah, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself. Craig, if we were going to leave the amazing audience of Shoot Extraordinary with one piece of advice, and you'll go first, and then I can go after you.
Oh, man.
What is the one? Okay, I'll go first. What is the one thing that you want people who are watching right now to take with them? My thought is this. Photography is an expression that you get to determine the meaning of, and comparison, as they say, is the thief of joy. Ultimately, the only thing that I know about this industry and about photography and about looking at pictures and reading the books is that I don't know anything. And with that, I get the freedom to explore and experiment. And I hope that if you take anything from this entire conference, is that it's okay to try things that you're scared of.
Well, that goes hand in hand with my kind of life mantra, which is anything worth doing well is worth doing poorly for a short while. A high school teacher would say that probably every day we walked into class. Health teacher, so she had some good content to speak about that with. But we go into life, everything, we're not good at anything. We're good at being ourselves as a child, and then we lose that, and then we have to get that back. But then all the things, all the talents, all the skills, you have to start somewhere. Nobody, including myself, has mastered all the Lensbabies, I should say. And so coming in, there's always an opportunity for growth. So if you want to pick up a new piece of equipment, there's a path that's going to take you down, and we have all sorts of options for that. So I'm giving you so many opportunities to be bad at something. And the Lensbaby team is as that ticket into that, anything worth doing well is worth doing poorly for a short while. Because if you spend the time on that, if it's something you connect with early on, whether it's other people's work or what's possible or just the gear like I did in high school, and you want to find something, you want to be able to do that well, that's where you start. You start at doing something poorly. So don't be hard on yourself. Be encouraged that you're frustrated.
Yeah, I love that. And we all start at zero. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you so much. I hope that you guys found an immense amount of value out of this. And until next time, we'll see you soon. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Shoot Extraordinary.
Michael. Thanks, everybody.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extraordination and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hey, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Welcome back to day 2. I don't know about you guys, but I'm learning so much. This has been such an incredible couple of days, and it's only getting started. Right now, I'm joined by educator and speaker, Shelly Corbett. Shelly, how are you, my friend?
I am doing awesome, Michael. Thanks so much for having me. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, me too. And, you know, so much of photography should be about fun and the adventure and the joy of it. Tell us quickly, if we don't know about you, a little bit about your journey into Lensbaby.
I'm a toy photographer, and I have discovered over the last 8 years of this fun and crazy adventure that I've been on that Lensbaby is the perfect lens for toy photography.
That's amazing. And I know in your course coming up, we're going to learn a bit about that. Can you tell us a little bit about what to expect?
Well, I kind of take you on a journey of what I do and how I do it, and the process of taking toys and how Lensbaby really helps to capture your stories. And then I take you out in the field and I show you how I do it. And my goal is to inspire you to get your toys out, steal them from your children, go out and buy whatever you want. Investigate your childhood and take your Lensbaby and take your toys and go out and have awesome adventures, because it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I am super excited about this. I kind of want to go break out the Batman and my Sweet 50 right now.
Yes!
I don't know about you guys, Shoot Extraordinary, but this one is going to be amazing. Make sure you stick around with Shelly and I for the Q&A after. And my friends, we will see you in the classroom.
Hi, welcome to the magical world of toy photography. I want to say thank you to Craig and Michael for allowing me to tell my story and introduce you to the fabulous world of toy photography. So what is toy photography? It is a combination of fan fiction, product photography, and macro photography, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. So besides fan fiction and product photography, what is really cool about toy photography is it is a storytelling medium. So doesn't matter what toys you use, if you're using Lego or if you're using action figures or if you're using like Matchbox cars or anything like that, you can tell a story with that. And I don't know what that story is. That's for you to decide as the artist. Is that going to be a story based on someone else's intellectual property, like a Star Wars recreating of a scene, or are you going to tell a story from your own childhood, or are you going to tell a story that's just you totally made up? But that's the beauty of toys, is they're flexible, they're great models, you can practice your portrait photography, you can stage them however you want, they'll do whatever you want, and you can practice and just have fun. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I am an art photographer. I live in Seattle, Washington. I've been photographing for 30 plus years, and I've been a toy photographer since 2012. And I was introduced to the Lensbaby lenses around 2014. Let's see, I kind of got sucked into the toy photography world through my family's love of Lego. And I was given a gift of some collectible minifigures for Christmas one year, and one thing led to another, and I'm posting on to Instagram, and I just got really enthralled with the community, which is super supportive and super fun. And I wanted to share with you my very first toy photo, which, let's just say, it leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of room for growth in that photo, but I thought it would be amusing to share that with you, as well as some of my favorite toy photos from the last year or so. So when I first started taking toy photos, I started out with my phone. Like I said, I've been a photographer, an art photographer for quite a long time, but I went through what might be called my dark ages. That's a term, a Lego term, but in my 40s, I just kind of like put it all aside. I didn't make the transition from film to digital very well. I was not happy with going to a digital format. I liked the unpredictable nature of film and the happy accident, and I didn't feel I could get that with digital. So I put that all aside for a while, and like I said, I got some Lego figs for Christmas, and I thought it would be sort of fun to take some photos. I started with my phone, started on Instagram, and it didn't take long before I could not get the images that I wanted with my phone. So I picked up my Canon, I got myself a macro lens and went to town. I had a great time, but even then I couldn't get the photos that I had in my head out. So I went to my local camera store and I said, "What do you got?" So I was looking for a Diana style camera lens, maybe a plastic lens, something kind of funky. And they sent me down, they said, "Well, why don't you try a Lensbaby?" So I did. And it took me a while to get the hang of it. There's a little bit of a learning curve with the Lensbaby. You may have noticed that. I have to say the effort has been worth it. So one of the joys of toy photography, besides being an excuse to take toy photos, is there's a worldwide toy photography community that sort of sprang up out of this Instagram, Facebook, online world where people with like-minded interests, people who like photographs and toys, sort of found each other. And everyone comes to the community the first time and goes, "I thought I was the only one." Well, it turns out there's a whole mess of us out there. So as I mentioned previously, I was introduced to Lensbaby around 2014, 2015, and I got an original Composer, I think 1, with some double glass, which was definitely kind of a slow start. And I kind of got afraid of Lensbaby. It's like, because it's such a distinct look that people were like, "Oh, you can't use that all the time because then your work is going to just look like that." And so I only just used it sparingly. But as I got farther into this crazy world and I discovered all the different lenses, from the Twist 60 to a Sweet 50 and a Sweet 35 or whatever, I treat them like brushes. Each one is a little bit different. Each one is going to give my images a different look. And through that exploration of these different lenses, now I just realize my lenses are like brushes. I can't tell you the difference between an edge and a sweet and what that effect is going to be. And honestly, I really don't care. What I care about is, what am I going to get in that final image? And when I see what's in the camera, when I see what I want, it makes me so happy. And I just am grateful that there's such a variety in these lenses that I always take at least 3 or 4 in the field with me, and I play around. And if I don't see what's in the camera with one lens, I just swap it out and stick a different one in and see what I get. And it's that sense of mystery and surprise and exploration that has basically made me fall in love with these lenses. One thing that I absolutely adore about these lenses is their ability to take the ordinary and make them extraordinary. So I thought I would share a few photos that show behind the scenes and then the images that I took that my camera saw, and how these lenses can turn a muddy puddle into a magical fairyland, or a winter snowstorm into the planet Hoth. It captures the magic that is photography, where you can take a 3-dimensional environment and turn it into a 2-dimensional realization of a little bit of magic. So one of the fun things about these crazy line of lenses that I've discovered is they create the most amazing lens flare. And much like J.J. Abrams, there's never been a lens flare that I've seen that I haven't loved. So the opportunity to bring that element into my photography and use it as a way to draw attention to the figure or to highlight what's going on, create leading lines by bringing that lens flare in as an actual element into the photo, to me just adds another layer of magic and allowing the viewer to step out of their ordinary lives and into this crazy magical world that I'm creating with my toys. Part of being a toy photographer is selling the idea that the toys are alive. And I can't do that if the toys are just lifelessly sitting there. Then they're just lumps of plastic, and then you're just a product photographer, and that's not what I like to do. I want to bring my toys alive. Now, to do that, I need to at least give a hint at motion or allude to motion, and I gotta tell you, the Sweet 35 and the Sweet 50 are my secret weapons when it comes to bringing motion into my photos, because when you crank your composer off to a pretty crazy ass angle, you get this amazing blur off to the sides, and it just gives a sense of motion in camera as opposed to adding it in post with Photoshop. And I'm kind of a little stickler, a little weirdo when it comes to wanting to do all my effects in camera. I guess it's sort of a hangover from learning how to take photographs with film. So I like to actually create the image that I want in camera. So using the Sweets, that line, I can bring a sense of motion, a sense of speed, a sense of craziness, and the water has a sense of movement to it, and it makes it feel as if these little crazy toys are going on an adventure where there's movement involved. Sell the idea that the toys are alive and that they're doing crazy things. I want them to jump and fly and speed along on their bikes. But obviously they're not going to do that on their own. So I have developed, with the help of my community, with trading tricks back and forth, all sorts of different ways to support the figures in positions that make them look like they're actually in motion. And that can be with a heavy gauge wire, or with Lego, I'm using some plastic bricks and some rods that will support the figures in positions that are more action oriented. And part, for me, makes my life easy is when those supports disappear or are minimized. And there's so much craziness going on with those Lensbaby lenses that beautiful swirly bokeh in the background, that those supports are easier to deal with in post. So I wanted to show you a series of images that are before and after, so you can see how that wire or those plastic supports can disappear. And if you're not that great with Photoshop, I'm not that great with it, that you can sort of like blend and fudge the reality. And really, again, sell that idea that the toys are floating, that they're racing along on their bikes, and whatever crazy idea you have in your mind. Okay, I'm going to confess, I might be a toy photographer, but really it is simply an excuse to get outside and go enjoy nature. There's nothing more fun than packing up the toys, having a few scenes in your head and in the backpack that you want to capture, and going out to either a local park or out into the mountains, or even if you're in a city, going on a walking tour and just seeing what you can see. Because once you start putting the toys on the ground and you get down on their level, you see the world through a different set of eyes. And I love that transformation. And again, it's about making the ordinary into something extraordinary. So for me, what I do is I take the toys and they go on adventures with me, both around the city and up in the mountains. And if I can't get out in the mountains and go have a hike with the kids, I'm going to take them to the local park. And there's a lot of joy of just being outside and experiencing the world through photography, through the lens of toys. Before I was a toy photographer, I was an underwater photographer, and for some reason water is a continuing theme in my work. And I don't know if it's just the feel of water, the look of water, the magic of water, reflections in water. I don't know what the attraction is. I don't really give a lot of thought to it, but you will see water as a continuing theme in my work. And there's lots of different ways I will achieve that look, and that's could be a rushing stream, it could be a frozen cookie sheet on my porch, or my favorite is puddles. And I learned that trick from my friend in Sweden who showed me that you can do some amazing work in puddles. So I'm always on the lookout for a really good puddle, and I always have at least one boat in my arsenal with a little toy theme going on. And in my local park, which isn't very far from my house, I actually have a favorite puddle. And I know that seems very silly because it is one ugly, muddy mess of a puddle, but I have taken so many fun and fabulous photos there, and I wanted to show a few of those to you. So over the years, one of the ideas that I've sort of embraced is the idea of wabi-sabi. And if you don't know what that is, it is a Japanese term where basically translated into embracing imperfection. There's beauty in imperfection. And I think that is what attracts me to this line of lenses so much, is that you're not going to get a perfect photo. If you want to get a perfect photo, you know, there's other lenses out there that will give that to you. But what Lensbaby will do is it will help you create images that in their imperfection are incredibly beautiful. And part of being a fan of this line of lenses is you got to embrace that. And I really love that aesthetic of beauty through imperfection. What's next for me? I mean, I've had a really good run with Lensbaby, and I imagine I'm going to keep going in the future, especially there's always something new on the horizon. I've certainly enjoyed these new Omni filters. Those have been a lot of fun, so thank you guys for creating those. And how I use those is maybe not necessarily on my actual Lensbaby lenses, but on my 90mm Sony macro lens. It's a way for me to take that lens, which honestly I do love, and give it a little bit of a flair. So I wanted to share a few of those images with you. And so you can kind of see how I'm incorporating that whole aesthetic into this scene differently, creating a sense of magic around those toys. Again, helping the viewer feel like they're stepping into a different universe. So that's a whole nother way for me to explore toy photography. And I love the challenge of it. I also have my eye on a couple new lenses, but my theory and my experience has been master one lens before I move to another one, because each one of them has their own little quirks, their own crazy aspects and flavor to them. And I want to master that particular lens brush / toy before I move on to the next one. So I have my eye on something. I'm hoping maybe Christmas would be good. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep playing with my Omni filters and just see what crazy new lenses these guys come up with down the road that I'm going to enjoy adding to my collection. So another secret, super fun thing to do with your toys and your photography is to travel with them. And so what I always do is whenever I'm going on a family trip or a day trip, could be a vacation, I always pack my toys. And honestly, I pack my toys first when I'm getting ready to go on a trip. Pack my toys, then the camera gear, and then if there's any room left, I'll throw some clothes in. That's pretty much the drill. I have traveled with my toys to all sorts of places in the US, Hawaii, a few foreign countries, and last year I had the privilege of going all the way to Melbourne, Australia to meet up with a bunch of toy photographer friends and spend an absolutely glorious day walking around Melbourne taking toy photos. And it's really a great way to give an extra different spin to your travel photography, is seeing the world through the eyes of your toys. It's just a heck of a lot of fun. So if you are into traveling and want to meet up with toy photographers, I can certainly put you in touch with a whole mess of them. We're online and you can connect with us through toyphotographers.com. We have a new hashtag, which is Lensbaby Toy Photography Club. So use that. Go find us online on Instagram, and we've got a small but growing group of toy photographers who love exploring the world and the world of Lensbaby through toys. Well, this has been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate the fact that you have hung in this far and let me talk to you about my photography process. But photography is not a noun, it's a verb, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. So now I want to take you on an adventure, you and my toys, and we're going to go out in the field, and I'm going to show you exactly what I do and how I create my toy photography magic. So let's go. Okay, so when I go out into the field, I always pack a few toys with me. So today I brought a little series that I'm working on. As you can see, involves a lot of pigs. And so let's get started. My inspiration tends to come from children's stories. And this one is kind of a play on the children's classic, This Little Pig Went to Market. And this little piggy went home. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. That's kind of my thought. So I thought I would just take you through some of what it takes to go into some toy photography. So besides my toys, I always bring my trusty Sony, and I always travel with at least 4 Lensbaby lenses. I have my on my composer, I have Sweet 35, I bring Sweet 50, an Edge 50, and my Twist 60, and somewhere in there I'll find the sweet spot for this little setup. I'm using a Sony A7 camera. I like it because it's lightweight and it has focus peaking, which is kind of important for me because my eyes are going. So this is a pretty easy setup. So I thought I'm going to probably start with a Twist 60 on this one because I like the background and I'm going to see if I can get a nice swirly bouquet. The reason I travel with so many lenses, the reason I'm really attracted to the Lensbaby line is I think of my lenses like paintbrushes, and each one has its own feel to it. And so when I'm taking a photograph, I'm taking advantage of that different look which each of the lenses will bring to the final image. I know a lot of people really feel that focus sometimes matters, or where the focus is can be different. Doesn't really matter. I'm really a stickler for focus, certain kinds of focus. So I like focus peaking because it makes sure I can get my little faces are in focus. Now you can see that there's a plastic. She's sitting to keep her up off the ground, and what I'll probably do is in post I'll make that go away. Not sure I like that grass. I'm not really sure I like this location. I might have to go and try her somewhere else, which is pretty typical of just a lot of trial and error when I'm taking toy photos. So what I really like when I'm taking photos is I like to be surprised, and sometimes I'm surprised in the field, and sometimes I'm surprised when I get home and see what I captured. But I really appreciate the Lensbaby, the variety of lenses and the lens flare and crazy effects and sweet spots and slices of focus, and it really brings out the magic in photography for me. And just when I see something in 3 dimensions and I take the photo, sometimes you get home and you're like, wow, that's really amazing. And I chalk it up to the lenses on that one. Ah, come on, she looks so cute. All right, so that was a Sweet 50 is what came through for me on that one. Who knew? Who knew? Right? All right. Where to next? I just want to introduce you to my favorite puddle. I know most people probably have like a favorite rock or a favorite room or a flower, a favorite toy. I have a favorite puddle. Now, I've always worked around water, and even with my toys, we tend to gravitate towards water. So I was going to show you how I take advantage of water, both frozen and moving. And let's take a photo of the little piggy went to market. So let's go. All right. She's looking good. She's looking really good. I've been carrying this setup around all summer and never had a chance to do it. So I'm super excited to finally get the chance to do Little Piggy in her boat. And she's down. They're always, I have learned from many years of doing this, always make sure I have a towel with me because boy, do they always get wet. Now notice I have a little bounce card here because I'm shooting into the sun and I want to make sure that she doesn't have any shadows on her face. And I've got my Sweet 50 on again, and I gotta tell you, the lens flare is amazing, which is another reason I love my Lensbaby. Okay, we've got a new lens, and the sparkles are amazing. Oh man. And this is why I shoot photograph toys in water with a Lensbaby. Okay, so now I gotta really sell the photo though. Okay, so right now, to sell the idea of movement and the toys moving, I like to get the water going, get a little movement in the water. So I have set my ISO to 50 so I can take advantage of as much as I can the water movement. Now I'm just working on focus because this is the part that I struggle with the most at these close-ups. I'm totally not getting my focus at all. All right, nailed it. I'm really happy with that. It's got trademark Lensbaby bokeh. It's got a lovely little lens flare. She's in focus. Not sure about the cat, but I'll have to figure that out when I get home. So as you can see, I am on the ground. I am down low, and I have found over the years that the lower I get, and if I can shoot up on my figures, and play with scale, both the surroundings and making the figures feel like they're monumental, I can sell the idea that the toys are alive much better. So that's a lot of what I'm doing, is getting down on their level, seeing the world from their point of view,
making them scale up a little bit by shooting with my lens up. So that's kind of see. And also, if you can really see, I really jank my little composer around. Really, I want to get as much blur on those edges as I can to sell the feeling of motion. So, Little Piggy went to market, very successful. Happy with that. It's really weird to be a person of my age and say that I'm a toy photographer. It's a little embarrassing, but I have learned to embrace it because toy photography makes me happy. Playing with toys is a joyful thing to do. Telling my own stories with my toys, telling other people's stories, telling their stories. I swear, sometimes those little toys are alive and they're telling me, like the piggies, they're like, let's go on an adventure. So we do. And I've got some other silly setups, and it's so much fun. So yeah, it brought the joy. It helped me connect back to my childhood, maybe a childhood I never had, because I think a lot of this idea of this ideal childhood is just a social construct. But when you play with your toys as an adult, it's an opportunity to create the childhood you always wanted, but in your adult. So it's much more empowering. So yeah, I love playing with toys that make me happy. And then but it's hard to be creative in this world, especially now in the middle of a pandemic. It's very hard to be creative and to keep that creative spark alive. So I do my best to carve out that space and put myself first. And I read somewhere about creating your bliss, your like just a creative space. Either it can be a space in your mind or a physical space that you defend with your life to make sure that you have that space for yourself, because what it's saying is that saying you're important. So creativity is important, and especially now when the stresses and are just so great on all of us, to have a little bit that you save back for yourself and feed your soul through creativity. We can make this work. So I have a lot of little tricks up my sleeve to get my little figures to stand up. And this is using some Lego product, which is a 2x1 long trans clear, crazy names. And then a little tack underneath here, and it's attached there, and then I can get her doing a wheelie. I'm not sure if I've got the right angle because I kind of wanted to shoot that way, so it's behind me, so we'll see if we can get this to work. Not quite ideal, but so since I don't want such a wide shot, I'm gonna go in a little bit and go in with my use the Sweet 50 instead. And I have a macro attachment on this, the converter, the 8mm converter on this one. We'll see what happens. I really like the light. That's the thing about macro photography. You just never know what you're going to get until you actually sit down and see what the light is. So pretty happy with that. Nice blur with the Sweet 50, gives a sense of motion. And then what I'll do is I'll just take the the that little plastic bar out in post, and then it will make it seem like she's zipping home super fast.
I'm gonna get in your way.
Another great reason to take up toy photography is it's an excuse to just get outside, go out, take a walk in nature, find a sunny spot, find a little bit of moss, get out your Lensbaby, get out your camera, get out your toys, set them up, just see what happens. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but when it does, it's magic, and that's what it's all about. This little piggy stayed home because she has her little carrots and she's going to go farming. I'm not sure if I'm going to find that shot here, but I'm going to try. And then this little piggy had roast beef, or in this case, venison, but no. We make do with what we have. All right. We're on the hunt. We're on the hunt for a new location. Photography is a lot of fun, but let's get real. It's really all about light. What is the light doing? And that's why we all go out and shoot at the golden hour, which is early in the morning or late at night, or diffused light or low light. And I tend to look for golden light, dappled shade, backlit. It's a beautiful autumn day out here today, and I've been shooting mostly looking directly into the sun, which unfortunately when I do that, it puts my toys in shadow, and that's why I use my handy dandy bounce card, which will bring the light onto my figure, and it really limits my post-production work. But I'm always looking for a warm light. I'm looking for just little bits of dappled, like I say, dappled sunlight. And when you're shooting outside, that light's changing fast, and so I move really quickly. And that's just experience to make sure you capture the light, because give 15 minutes and it's going to be something completely different. But that's what I'm always looking for when I'm out here in the field is what's a good light and where is the light on the horizon. I tried to take this photo earlier and it didn't work. And that's okay. That's how it goes. You gotta try things. You gotta try them. So, but I got this better location. Love the moss, but the moss gives me two things. One, gives me a little more texture and interest in the photo, but it also disguises what she's sitting on, and then it'll make her look like she's floating a little bit more, and it will the moss will disguise the little plastic bit, and then I'll have less work in post, which I kind of like to think I'm a little bit of a lazy photographer. I like to do as little as possible in post-production. Now, this is why I can't get this to focus. We may be going to an edge on this. Sometimes I can photograph something 3-4 times before I get it. Sometimes it'll 250 photos. Sometimes I don't know. It takes forever. Sometimes it doesn't take much. That one worked out really well. I got lucky. All right, what's in my pocket? I got a piggy and a bear. And my keys. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Piggy? I like this log a lot, but I do not like this branch. I have a few toys that I shoot over and over again, and they do and become a bit like family. And one of them never had a name. She was a Sparkle Fairy Unicorn Princess. But recently I did a whole photo shoot with her for a customer, and we named her Ella together, and she will always be Ella from now on. But these little guys, man, do I love that lens flare. Just absolutely love that. Let's see. Not sure about the focus or my depth of field, but loving the lens flare. This little piggy series, I noticed that I made them all girls. They're all female. I'm like, wonder how that happened. I think right now, for me, on my toys, I'm trying to bring more female positive imagery into the work, and my spacemen often these days tend to be more of the female variety. Just looking for a little bit better representation, which is just changing. I guess that reflects my change in viewpoint of the world. When I first started with Lego, there was very few girls represented, female figures, and all across the line. That's really changed in the last 3 or 4 years. And I like to think that's because there's been a lot of rabble rousing on the part of the fans asking them to do that. So we do have stories to tell. They're just maybe not the ones people are thinking we're telling. I'm really happy how this one came out. Nothing like a good bit of moss. It's just really hard to walk away from it. One of the reasons I like to come outdoors and photograph is I like to hear the sounds of nature. And I know that right now it's more like sound of airplanes and people in the park. But when I'm up in the woods and I'm photographing next to a stream, it's just so relaxing. I think that's one of the reasons I'm attracted to photographing around water, just the sound. So getting out is very peaceful. So photograph in my hand, toys in my backpack, out in nature. I don't know, life doesn't get any better than that. Coming out here with a series in my head and actually getting the photos, it's been a very good day. Very, very good day indeed. So yeah, taking a photo, satisfying one's vision, and there's really a sense of accomplishment to that.
dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, shoot extraordinary conference. Wow, I don't even know what to say. Shelley, thank you so much for the incredible presentation. All I'm thinking about right now is how do I get toys back into my life?
It's easy. Well, I don't know. Just go and grab them.
You know, I don't know if you saw the comments as this is going live this morning. So many people are just saying, I can't wait to get my kids' toys, my grandkids' toys, go buy the toys. Dana said that stocks and Lego are going to go through the roof after this. I probably believe that to be true. So incredible. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a share. And we're going to spend a little bit of time here going live with Shelley for a Q&A. So please, if you have questions, put them in the chat box. Shelley, the very first question that I saw pop up again and again is, how do you stay so organized?
Years of practice. That's all I can say. I know that if I go out in the field and I'm not organized, I get super distracted by the light or the toys, or I mean, it's just so much going on, trying to find the location, find the good light, what toys are in my backpack. And if I don't stay organized and have my stuff together before I leave, I get lost. So got to stay organized.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get ready to go out on one of these shoots, and I love what you said about travel, you pack the toys first. And if there's room for clothes, there's room for clothes. That's brilliant. When you're getting ready to go travel or to a shoot or to your set at the puddle, do you already have an image in mind that you want to capture?
Yes, I always have an idea, a story that I'm trying to tell. I spend at least 2 to 3 hours in my studio before I go out playing with the toys, setting them up, figuring out what's going on. Earlier in the video, there was a bunch of pandas on a bike in front of a puddle, and they were all on a stick. And I set all that up before I even left the house. The same with this 5 series of this little piggy. All those setups were all together before I left. I had everything glued into place. All the supports were in place so that when I got out there, all I had to do was look for light, look for the location, and then I could decide and then play with the lenses and figure out what I was going to do.
Yeah, sometimes that's what it takes, right? That organization, because there is so much joy in going out there and just seeing what happens, but you have to have a baseline game plan at least to get started, right?
Absolutely.
So much of this journey has been about experimenting and growing, and you mentioned that in the video, and I want to have some questions here. So guys, if you are watching live, please leave a couple of questions for Shelley. We have one here from Dana. Favorite light to shoot toys in? What kind of light are you looking for when shooting?
Low light. So I usually will. Well, I think I talked about a little bit in the video. Is if I'm out in the forest, I'm looking for a dappled sun. Usually the figure in the shade and the background lit. If the sun is out, I want the sun behind the figure. I like to shoot into the sun. I swear to God, I'm going to go blind one of these days because I feel like I'm always looking into the sun. Every time I get my eyes checked, I'm like, did I ruin them this time? So that's what I'm looking for is a bright light, a magical light. When you know it when you see it.
Yeah, and a lot of that probably comes from experience and practice, right?
Absolutely.
Our next question comes from LS. I struggle with nailing my focus. What are your recommendations?
Focus peaking changed the game for me with Lensbaby. That really was the thing that put me over the edge, and being able to just really go 100% into this whole line of lenses. Focus has always been kind of important to me. Even when I was doing the underwater photography, I always had to have some bit of focus to pull me into that image. And so I learned when I was doing video work for a few years that there's those LCD lenses, those I'm so bad at the technical part. Help me here, Michael. It's like let that the focus bikini is awesome, and also it's like if you can, I'm just like so nervous. What can I say? This
No
is not
worries.
my
It's okay. It's okay. And here's the thing. Of course, as you know, this is an amazingly supportive community. Everyone has just raved about your course. Everyone has I swear people are buying toys right now as we speak. And the technical side, so be it, whatever, we'll figure that out. That's what we do as photographers. Here's a question for you that is very simple, right up your alley from Michael. What kind of environment would you suggest for photographing toy robots?
Well, it depends on what the story is. I mean, are your robots discovering nature? Are your robots taking down a city? Are they invading? Are they friendly? I mean, that's your story to tell. So I can't tell you what is the best environment for your robots. Only you can, because you know what their motivation is. So sky's the limit. That's what's so great about toy photography is you can make it anything you want.
Yeah, that's such a great point. We have a couple more questions and we're running out of time, but I want to ask you these because the audience has asked multiple times. How do you keep your Legos in the positions you put them in? I know you mentioned a couple of sticks or other Lego pieces. Can you touch base on that for us one more time?
Well, there's sticky tack, works great, blue tack. There's all sorts of Lego things you can stick, like the stud shooters, any kind of wire. You can actually use hot glue to glue to your wire to your figures. There's that 1x2 long 6-bar. There's all sorts of tips and tricks that we all share within the toy photography community, or how to get your toys to jump and fly and get them to stay in position. And if you join us we have a blog, toyphotographers.com online. We have a MeWe community. We do not have a community on Facebook, but the blog is there. We have a podcast, and we share lighting tips, how to use a bounce card, how to use lighting, how to create stories, because what's important about toy photography, it's macro photography, but it's macro photography with storytelling. So that's a huge part of what we do, is what is the story you're trying to tell?
Yeah, love it. And our last question here comes from Stephanie. Do you have a favorite fandom you like shooting? I loved your Star Wars photos.
I try to stay out of the fandoms as much as possible, because then I get hung up on the IPs, and I know that I'm not going to get nailed for intellectual property infringement, because it's what I'm doing is clearly transformational, but we can get into that on a whole nother conversation. I like to mix my fandoms. I like to look like the teenage car thieves were in the land speeder. So we do a lot of crossover just for fun, poking fun at fandoms. That's a great fun, a certain joy about that in the toy photography community. So personally, I stick with my own favorites would be like the classic space, my sparkle unicorn fairy princess. I like the pigs, the panda. Like I made a Pandalorian. I don't know if you noticed that one in there. So that's kind of where I'm going, is just poking fun at the fandoms.
Yeah, I love that. And so many incredible photos. People keep asking where they can find you. Can you again tell us where people can find you online and that hashtag one more time?
So I'm Shelley Corbett Photography, pretty much. That's my website, Instagram, Facebook, Flickr. It's all the same. We have a new hashtag for toy photographers who photograph using Lensbaby lenses, and it's the Lensbaby Toy Photography Club. And you can find us there. And then the blog that I founded is toyphotographers.com.
Amazing. Shelley, thank you so much. What an amazing presentation. Everyone had a blast, myself included. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We are just getting started. Please like, share, comment, tell your friends, and we will be back in just a little bit. Thank you so much, Shelley.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's been a ton of fun. Thank you.
Welcome back, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you guys are having an amazing, amazing time this morning. Join live here with co-founder Craig Strong. Craig, what is going on this morning?
Hey, it's going well. I don't know, we had an echo there, so I have no idea what you said only once, but doing well. This is fantastic. Love Shelley's presentation. You know, why in the world did I give away all those Legos, and now I got to go buy them back?
Yeah, no kidding. It was an amazing presentation. And Craig, you are frozen in time, but that is the joy of live broadcasts. I don't know about you, but today has just been already so enthralling. People loved our conversation. Thank you for doing that and sharing that with me. That was a great moment that we had to have together. Shelley's course, beautiful. I mean, come on. I think one of the things that's really important and powerful about Lensbaby and what we do is the ability to make something that would seem so ordinary, like toys, just be extraordinary.
Yep, absolutely. And I don't know if I'm still frozen, but I gotta speak to our amazing community and how gracious they've been over the years when we've made mistakes, when things haven't worked, when, you know, and this whole thing that you've put together, Michael, is, you know, it's on the leading edge. So there's going to be mistakes and there's going to be stuff going on. And I'm assuming you can hear what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. You're just, again, frozen in time. So a moment like a picture that we will forever have. Craig, I just want to ask you, as we start to head into the second part of the day, and we still have 4 speakers to go, I'm so excited about what we have to come. What are you looking forward to the most of day 2?
I think it's the unexpected. Like, I did not expect to see what I saw from Shelley's presentation, and it's awesome. You know, I think hearing about other people's perspective, other people's vision and their journey is, you know, that's what this is all about.
Yeah, that's so much of what this is, and the ability that we get to be at the forefront of it's rewarding.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, it's hearing other people's stories. That's inspiring, because that speaks to ways that we can live our lives differently, that we can shift and have something more in common, or that just find out that we already have something in common.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny as Shelley was speaking about discovering so many people in the toy photography, I think about that like Lensbaby. So often people are just discovering us. Like, I feel like we are still so new in this, and it's such a joy to be able to bring that to people every single day.
Yep, it's awesome. What are you looking forward to?
All of it. You know, I'm especially looking forward to the live view shoots that we're doing, because so often I feel like that's the thing that's kind of missing. But also, and more importantly, and you know this, I love photos. I just am so excited to sit and look at magic and the extraordinary and these moments in time that creatives have captured to tell a story for us. And, you know, I often think about the joy that I've had in photography in my life is that one moment where you're like, that was the one I was looking for.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Love it.
So, Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you again for being here. We have so much more in store for the day, including 4 more speakers. And please comment, like, share, let everybody in the world know that we're doing this. And we will be back in 13 minutes with the amazing Anne Belmont. Thanks, Craig. I'll talk to you soon.
You bet. See you, Michael.
Shoot Extraordinary Conference Day 2. Guys, we are off and running, and I am so excited about what is next. I'm going to bring on live to introduce our next course, the amazing Ann Belmont. Ann, how are you today, my friend?
I am great. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for doing this. This has been amazing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the honor is all mine. I think about the ability that we have right now to do something totally outside the realm of norm and bring us together from around the world to share such incredible, incredible information and education. And it's not even just about Lensbaby, it's about photography, and it's about this adventure that we are all in together. Can you tell us quickly a little bit about your journey into Lensbaby?
Well, I discovered Lensbaby way back when the very first composer came out with a double glass optic, and it was just love from then on. I think when the velvets started to appear, that's when I truly fell in love. But yeah, it's changed my photography totally.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. And we're getting ready to head into your course right now. And for those who don't know, can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to expect?
Well, this is really an inspirational, rather than so much of an educational presentation. I do give you some resources at the end for more technical things, but it's really about bringing your heart and emotion into your photography and learning about yourself in the process. So I believe that if we really look at our journey in photography and examine our personal history and how that affects the way that we look through the camera, that it can just bring a richness to our photography.
So well said, and I am totally on board with that. I'm very, very excited for this course, and we will be back with you for Q&A after your session. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, please like, comment, share, follow Ann on social media, and buckle up because this one's going to be incredible. Thank you, Ann. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me at the first ever Lensbaby conference. I'm excited to be sharing two of my greatest passions with you today, photographing flowers and photographing with Lensbaby lenses. Today, my presentation is called Finding Your Heart, Creating Flower Portraits with Emotion, Impact, and Joy. I'm joining you today from my home in the Chicago area. I am so fortunate to live 10 minutes from one of the most beautiful botanic gardens in the world, the Chicago Botanic Garden. Much of my work comes from this garden, and about 90% of my work is photographed with Lensbaby lenses. All the images you see today were captured with a variety of Lensbabies. I know you can't see me during this presentation. I really want you to focus on my story and on my images, and I will look forward to seeing you live in the Q&A session at the end of my presentation. So let's get started. My presentation today is about bringing your heart into your journey of photography. I formed this presentation around the ideas I gathered from a book I read about 2 years ago, The Alchemist, a book written by Brazilian author Paulo Coelho that was published in 1988. This book had long been on my wish list of books to read, but I feel like it was fateful that I discovered the beauty of this book at a time when it resonated with me deeply. At that time, I was doing a lot of soul searching about my personal journey in photography. Let me explain a little bit about the story of The Alchemist so that makes sense. The Alchemist is an allegory. It's a story with many hidden meanings about our journey of life. It is the story of finding your personal legend, of growth, of working in destiny with all things, and a story of the harmony of nature. The story follows the journey of an Andalusian shepherd boy named Santiago. Santiago decides to leave his predictable life as a sheep herder and seek a treasure. This treasure was foretold to him by a gypsy fortune teller, and it was to be found buried near the pyramids in Egypt. Along the way, Santiago meets people who help him and those who hinder him in his journey. He meets Fatima, the love of his life, and the all-important character, the wise alchemist. As the journey for the treasure unfolds, Santiago learns many lessons in life. Most importantly, that by following his heart, he can find his treasure. Many of the lessons of this book I find strikingly similar to my journey in photography. Let me share some of what Santiago discovers through his journey, through quotes from the book, and then my thoughts about those. When a person really desires something, all the universe conspires to help that person to realize his dream, said the alchemist. So we all have a personal legend to pursue. Our personal legend is our destiny, our dream. According to the alchemist, we must listen to the clues of the universe to help us realize that dream. There is a harmony in nature and a universal language that will help guide us as it did for Santiago. Pursue your dreams by following your heart. You will never be able to escape from your heart, so it's better to listen to what it has to say, says the alchemist. So what does all this mean to photography, you might wonder? To me, it has many meanings. It means being more aware of the emotions and the connections to our subjects. It means learning about yourself in the process. It's about creating art that reflects your heart and your vision of the world. And through that deeper connection, begin to enjoy the process of creating more. For me, the process of creating is more important than the image that I create. Does this mean that every subject is going to have deep symbolic meaning? No, not necessarily, but it will help us find beauty in the tiniest of places, to feel a connection to our subject, and then to be able to show that miraculous beauty to others. Why do we have to listen to our hearts, the boy asked. Remember that wherever your heart is, there you will find your treasure. You've got to find the treasure so that everything you have learned along the way makes sense. Your personal journey is unique to you and to you only. So on that personal journey, you need to bring your emotional roadmap. Now, you may be asking, what is an emotional roadmap? Well, this is a term that I created to understand how we view the world, each of us personally. I believe that our view of the world is a culmination of everything that we've experienced in life, every joy, every love, every loss, every relationship that we've experienced, even down to the small things, every book you've read, every movie you've seen, even the music you listen to. It all feeds into how we view the world and how we see through the lens of our camera. To understand our individual roadmap, we need to honor where we come from. We need to understand what draws us to our subject matter and how your personal history shapes the way that you see the world. I'll give you some personal examples from my own self-exploration. So I grew up surrounded by nature in a small town where I could easily play in the woods, explore and hike in beautiful natural places. I had one of these magic, unhurried childhoods, and I relished being outdoors in nature. I was a collector of natural things, and I loved looking at the world up close. Now, this translates into my passion for doing macro photography today and wanting to draw your eye to the tiniest of details in nature. I also grew up in the arts, studying the visual arts as well as being fascinated with art history. I got my first camera at age 10, and I began that lifelong love early on. I also studied ballet. My fascination with the grace, the sense of movement, and the beautiful lines of flowers relates to that memory of all those ballet movements. Those movements and how they feel become a part of your soul. And flowers often remind me of dancers, of tiny ballerinas. One more example. For my early career as an art therapist, I bring art therapy into my photography today. It's a huge part of what I do, how I see my work, and how I love to teach others. I believe that creating art is therapeutic. And by acknowledging and learning from the feelings and stories that emerge in the process of creating an image, we can better understand ourselves and even heal ourselves. So I'll tell you a little bit about this image and why it was so healing for me. This is an image that I created about an hour after I had dropped my family off at the airport, my daughter's son-in-law and my granddaughter. And it was a very sad goodbye. We had had a wonderful week-long visit, just a wonderful time together, and it was very hard to see them off and say goodbye. So after I got home from the airport, I packed up my backpack and headed to the Chicago Botanic Garden, because this always makes me feel better to be in nature and doing what I love to do. So the first garden that I headed to was a garden that's filled with dahlias, and I wanted to see what was blooming because this is one of my favorite flowers. So this was the first thing that caught my eye, and it felt to me like my family leaving with their backs turned, with my granddaughter right in the middle there like she always is. This comforted me. It made me feel a connection to them and serves as a reminder of that wonderful visit and how I miss them when I'm not with them. So again, our art can help us understand our emotions, process those emotions, and heal us. So be uniquely you. Your personal legend is unique to you. Your power, and I underline the word power, lies in being uniquely you. Follow your dreams with a passion, a determination, and most importantly, by listening to your heart. Learn to focus on your own unique journey. Be inspired to be different. Don't let the fear of others' opinions dictate your art. Gather ideas and learn from others. That's very important. But then use those ideas to inspire your own personal journey. Most of all, don't let others dictate your journey or influence your feelings about your work. Stay true to what your heart tells you. And if someone else doesn't like your work, so be it. You only need to please yourself. You're going to meet a lot of obstacles during your journey, just as Santiago did. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have to take risks. You're going to experience a lot of self-doubt. All artists do. But you need to listen to your heart to overcome fear and to persevere. There's only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve: the fear of failure. Don't give in to your fears. If you do, you won't be able to talk to your heart. Again, very important advice from the alchemist to Santiago. Mistakes are a necessary part of our journey. They are opportunities to learn. So take risks and be willing to fail. Pay attention to what your heart is telling you. When an image takes your breath away, that's a clue that you photographed from your heart. So this image represents all that to me. This is an older image that I took early in my journey with the Velvet 56. And these are flowers that I had never photographed with a Lensbaby up until this point. I had always photographed them with more traditional macro lenses, very much fully in focus, anything from f/16 to f/32. I wanted to capture all the details of these amazing flowers. But I had hundreds of these images, and I walked into the greenhouse on this particular day and I said, I don't want to do it that way. I'm bored. When you do something over and over and over again, you can hit a creative slump. You can become bored, and that's where you need to step outside your box, outside your comfort zone, and try something new. So I put the velvet on this day and just started playing. I honestly didn't think that this was going to work. I thought it was going to be a big mistake and that I was going to go home with nothing. But I was willing to take that risk. And, so be it. If I go home and nothing works, that's okay. I learned something and I can try again. But I got home, got this on my computer screen, and I started to tear up. And I heard myself gasp. Oh, I love this. And that was my clue. That when you hear yourself have an emotional reaction to an image, you need to pay attention to that, because that's your heart talking. So, yes, I know that not everyone likes this image. I've actually gotten some criticism about this image. People say, I like your cactus flowers sharply in focus. That's okay. This image speaks to me, and that's what's most important. The secret of life is to fall 7 times and to get up 8 times, says the alchemist. Very important advice. We're going to make those mistakes. We're going to fall down many, many times. You should see all the mistakes in my Lightroom catalog. You see my finished work, the things that were successes, but I have many mistakes. But the important thing is that I get up and try again and persevere. And find joy each and every day. This is advice that I try to follow every day of my life. And I will admit that it's been very hard during the pandemic to find that joy. We're all filled with anxiety, with fear, with the unknown, with the terrible sense of loss that has been experienced all over the world. But even in the midst of all this adversity, it's important to find joy. And my photography has allowed me to do that. But it means that I need to photograph what I love and in a way that brings me joy. The simple things are the most extraordinary things, and only the wise can see them. This is one of my favorite quotes from the book because it really resonates with me in a number of different ways. For me, looking for the simple, the tiny details of nature, that's what I thrive on. And then bringing those to your eyes. These are the extraordinary things. These are called Japanese beauty berries, and they're very tiny. They're easily overlooked. I watch many people walk right by these, never knowing that they're there. But they're amazing when you get in close and look at them. They're just so beautiful. But I also think that we can really apply this to our life in general, that it's the simple things. It's not the things that we own, the material things. It's not the cars that we drive or the houses that we live in. It's the things like a hug from a child or a wonderful conversation with a friend that really are the extraordinary things, the things that bring us joy. Butterflies, one of my absolute favorite subjects. And butterflies remind me to look at the world with a sense of awe and wonder. There's such magic around us. Now, I learned this from teaching 3-year-olds. When I was between my work as an art therapist and then going full-time with my photography, I spent about 10, 12 years teaching in a preschool setting. Mostly, I was interested in teaching young children art and supporting their creativity. But in our classroom, we raised butterflies. We saw them from caterpillar to chrysalis to the emergence of the butterfly, and then we released them outdoors when they were fully emerged. And this was the most miraculous process in the eyes of a 3-year-old. And when I watched them watch this process, it made me realize that we need to look at the world through those eyes, at everything that we look at. Just imagine seeing this process for the very first time. So when I'm out in nature photographing, I do try to look at my subjects as if I've never seen them before, as if they are truly a miracle. 3-year-olds can teach us a lot about life, and I feel very blessed to have spent so much time with them, both in the children I taught, my own children, and now I have a 3-year-old granddaughter. So I want to talk a little bit about fostering creativity because this is a huge part of my personal journey as an artist. I studied creativity in graduate school, and I was fascinated with how it is at its peak in early childhood, and then it begins to diminish with age. I believe that we have the capacity to be creative, each and every one of us. And there's a lot of myths about creativity. People feel that either you're blessed with it or you're not. But I believe that we are all creative beings. We just need to learn how to unleash it. And as I said, creativity is really at its peak during those early childhood years. 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, they are really creative geniuses. But it does begin to go underground as we get older. And we can bring this back above ground and allow it to bloom just like a flower. But it comes from hard work and experimentation. And I have lots of ideas about how to bring creativity back into your work, but we need to give it time. It's a part of our journey. So we need to adopt a slow and mindful approach. This is going to help the creativity emerge. Establish a workflow that allows you to be more mindful, to connect with your subject, and then to ask a lot of what ifs. So when I begin my field work with any subject, I ask myself a lot of questions. First of all, I want to know what's drawing me to this subject. What's catching my eye? Is it a story that's emerging? Is there an emotion that I feel? Or is it simply just a beautiful curve or some detail within that subject that really is drawing me in and giving me this sense of awe about it? So then I begin a process of what if, and those what ifs include things like what would happen if I shot it at this aperture, or what would happen if I used this lens, or what would happen if I changed my position a little bit? Would my background change? Or what if I got around to the side or even the back of the flower? What would that look like? So I'm thinking a lot before I even pick up my camera. And then I begin that process of experimentation. But this takes a slow and mindful approach. Find a subject that speaks to you, that elicits an emotion, a story, or simply draws you in with its beauty, grace, or personality. When something speaks to you, listen. Listen with your whole heart, because it's usually coming from your heart. And be playful in your approach. Think and play like that 3-year-old, because young children are at their creative peak, as I mentioned before. They experiment, they tinker, they make mistakes, and then they try again. But they have a joyful way of experimenting. And when they make those mistakes, they just keep at it, and they don't worry about what other people are thinking. It's all about their play. I want to talk a little bit more about art as therapy, because this has been even more important to me during the pandemic. It's always been a part of my photography from the very beginning, before I even realized how much my art therapy background influenced my photography, and then ultimately influenced my teaching. But it became incredibly important to help me get through this difficult 9 months that we've all experienced. We've experienced a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, this huge sense of loss. But art can help heal us. It can help us better understand those emotions and learn about our inner selves, and thus bring our hearts to our work. So I call this image "We're in this together," and this was created in April, in the heart of the pandemic, and it became a very symbolic and important image to me about how we all are in this together. We're all struggling, we're all suffering, and we can all support each other. So I want to share with you a little bit about how I overcame some of that during this time of adversity, how I was able to find beauty and to experience joy at a time when I couldn't go to the Botanic Garden. You know, I had become very dependent on traveling 10 minutes to this garden and having millions of subjects at my footsteps. But all of a sudden, I was limited to photographing in my yard and in my neighborhood. And so I began what I called my neighborhood walks during this time, after shelter in place was issued in our area. And, you know, I was really sad about not being able to go to the garden, because I knew the tulips were blooming, spring was emerging. This is my favorite time of the year. I just love spring. And that was hard. That was very hard. But as I say, I do try to find joy in each and every day. And so I went out into my neighborhood. Every day I went out, rain or shine, unless it was pouring, I was out. And I would sometimes go out for hours. I would walk miles, and I was stunned at what I found. This is a neighborhood that I've lived in for over 30 years. And I had kind of disconnected from it because, again, it's so easy to get into my car and go to a place that I love. But now I couldn't do that. So I rediscovered my neighborhood, and I found such joy. This is a tulip that was photographed in a public park just about a mile from my home. I walked some days for miles. It was wonderful exercise. It was my time in nature. It was my therapy. It's what really helped me get through this time. And I really, you know, have encouraged others to do this too. I know many people have not picked up their cameras. And I say, get out. There's beauty everywhere. And even in the winter, you can find the beauty. This was my across the street neighbor who had the most beautiful patch of tulips lining the sidewalk of her front yard. I had never noticed these tulips before. And, you know, I took this one image with the Sol 45 just so you could see the larger view, and I love the blur that it brought to this image. But then I was down on the ground exploring each of these tulips, you know, up close, and I love the way this one was just kind of leaned over as if she was resting after her morning shower. It had rained that morning before I went out for my walk. And I emailed my neighbor, even though I was sitting on the sidewalk, which is a public area. I emailed her and I said, if you see someone sitting out there for 2 hours at a time, you'll know it's me, because I spent a lot of time exploring the tulips. There were magnolias everywhere in the neighborhood. I was stunned with how many I found. And crocuses. This is also in another across the street neighbor's yard, and I emailed her because they were not easily accessible from the sidewalk, which is usually where I was photographing. I did not step into people's yards unless I had permission, but I emailed her and said, do you mind if I photograph your crocuses? And they were out of town, so she said, have at it. You can photograph anything in the yard. And then irises. I found more irises in my neighborhood than they have at Chicago Botanic Garden, and in every color of the rainbow. They were just spectacular. Clematis is a flower that blooms later in the spring, usually late May, early June. And I love these flowers, and I know exactly where to go find them at Chicago Botanic. I photograph them every year. But I wasn't finding them in my neighborhood, and that was, kind of a disappointment. But then one day I walked even a little farther, and I found a public park that had a bush. And when I first saw them, there were only a few blooms. And then I went back a few days later, and there were more. And I went back a week later, and there were hundreds of blooms. So I spent a lot of time with these flowers, and they were right there. I could get very close to them. These are crab apples that were in a courtyard in a building just a block from my home. And I had no idea these were there. This is a place, we call it our community house, where, I've taken my children there hundreds of times for birthday parties. We've gone to weddings and funerals and classes there. And I never knew there were crab apples lining this courtyard. They were just absolutely beautiful. This is from my own yard. I had never photographed the daffodils in my yard. I just didn't find them a particularly appealing flower to photograph. And, but when that's what you have, that's what you try to photograph. And I loved playing with this flower because yellow is a difficult flower to photograph. So I played with it in black and white and happened to catch it after a rainfall. Grape hyacinth in my yard, and more ferns for my yard. And I loved the way the ferns, this brought forth a story. I call this I'm Here for You, because it reminded me of a parent just comforting a child. Lilacs. This was probably one of my favorite finds in the neighborhood, because this is at the playground of the preschool where I used to teach. And it's probably about 4 or 5 blocks from my home. And I had forgotten about these lilacs. They as I said, line this playground, and we would take the children outside to play every day. And the smell was just incredible. But I was walking in that general neighborhood, and all of a sudden I could smell them. And it brought back that memory. And I said, those are the lilacs at the preschool. So I went over and started to photograph them and went back many times. Generally on these walks, I was just taking one lens. I was trying to keep this simple. When I photograph at Chicago Botanic, I have a whole backpack full of gear with me. But on these walks, I wanted it to be simple and joyful, and it was just as much about getting exercise and being in nature as doing my photography. So, oftentimes I would go back to places over and over again and try different lenses. And then probably one of the most joyous things that happened during the pandemic was meeting my friend Karen. And Karen lives about 4 blocks from me and has the most beautiful dahlia garden I have ever seen in my life. And I was continuing my neighborhood walks even after the Botanic Garden opened back up in the summer. I still continued, especially on the weekends when the garden tended to be a little more crowded, to go out and photograph in the neighborhood, because I had found so much. I had found so many wonderful things. So one day I found myself strangely pulled in a direction that I don't normally walk. It's you have to cross a busy street, and it's just a neighborhood where I previously hadn't found much. But here I am face to face with this amazing dahlia garden, and my jaw was dropped. And as I'm standing there just trying to digest who's growing these beautiful dahlias, they were prize winning, and she had hundreds of them lining the sidewalk for everyone in the neighborhood to enjoy. She drives up, gets out of her car, and introduces herself. And that was the start of an amazing friendship between the two of us. Someone who loves to grow dahlias with all her heart, and someone who loves photographing dahlias with all her heart. And we have just become fast and wonderful friends. And even though the dahlia season is long over, we continue to message each other every day to dream about next year. She's going to start a dahlia farm, and we have all sorts of ideas that we want to do to work together. And I'm teaching her how to photograph her flowers. She's teaching me all about growing dahlias. And every time I went back to photograph, she would always send me home with a bundle of dahlias to photograph at home and to enjoy. It was, you know, I'm not sure I would have ever met her had it not been for this, you know, unusual time that we're in. And I'm so grateful. I'm just incredibly grateful. So how do Lensbaby lenses help shape my personal journey? Because I will say that these are a huge part of my journey in photography and of, you know, where I am today with my photography. And I'm so grateful for that too. So Lensbaby lenses help me connect emotionally with my subject and photograph in a way that expresses that emotion. Now, I think you've already gathered that that is the number one, the most important part of my photography. It's bringing that emotional piece into my photography. And when I look through these lenses, they take my breath away when I see the beautiful artistic effects and the emotion that emerges just from looking through the camera lens. It's very powerful. The lenses help me to shoot what it feels like. We have this wonderful quote by David Allen Harvey: "Don't shoot what it looks like, shoot what it feels like." And these lenses do that because of the beautiful effects that they create. This image is a dahlia from Karen's garden that she sent home with me, and I photographed it in natural light. I got it up on my computer screen and I could just feel the words coming out of my mouth, the wedding dress. And I realized that there was a lot of emotion behind that. First of all, I was just really amazed at the beautiful blur, the way the Composer Pro with the Sweet 35 optic helped this look like silk. There was an elegance and just a grace about this flower with its, you know, beautiful little curls. We all love dahlia curls. And the emotion behind that was that this made me visualize my daughter in her wedding dress. And this is my daughter, who was supposed to be married in August in Denmark, and we couldn't have the wedding because of the pandemic. She will wear this dress. We will have the wedding. But meanwhile, this image really helps me think of her and gives me hope that that's going to happen. So these lenses really help to bring to life the stories and the emotions that emerge from my subjects. So our photographs can really help us tell the stories that are uniquely ours. Remember, this is our own unique journey. And the way that we see our subjects, again, comes from your emotional roadmap. It comes from the way that you view the world. You may look at these images and see a totally different story than I do. And that's what I love. That's what's so beautiful about art, is that we can all interpret it how it resonates with us emotionally. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about what these three images represent for me. And these were all created during the pandemic. The tulip on the left, I call "Give Yourself a Hug." And it's really representative of that feeling of needing to take care of myself, to say it's okay. We're going to get through this. Yes, it's hard to focus right now. It's hard to, find that joy, but this was an image that gave me hope that take care of yourself and we're going to get through it. The image in the middle was photographed at Chicago Botanic Garden after I returned in the summer. We were able to go back. We had to make a reservation, wear masks, socially distance, but I was very happy to have my garden back. And this joyful Japanese anemone, or some people call these windflowers, just looked like she was dancing. And I call this "We Shall Dance Again," because again, it's that hope that life will come back to normal. The image on the right was created right before we went into lockdown. And I was at a local conservatory that has a beautiful spring flower show. And I knew that this was my last visit before they were going to close down. And so I was filled with a lot of emotion about that. And I was also very unsure about, when am I going to be able to see my family? How are we going to get through all this? And I saw this little family of tulips just cuddled together. And I composed it so that it kind of brought that intimacy to it, just cropping in and really focusing on the interaction of these 3 tulips. And I think the beautiful thing that happened during the pandemic, if we can, find those little bits of joy, is that immediate families did get to spend more time together, that children were home from school. And I know that wasn't always easy, but families spent more time together. And so this image again is representative of that. The beautiful blur created, the way the light and color are rendered by these lenses just brings forth emotion. This was one of my earliest images with the Velvet 56. It was shot at a dahlia show at Chicago Botanic Garden. And, I go into this show every year with the feeling that, maybe I'll get some images I like, but I know that, it's not always going to work because the lighting is terrible. It's very crowded. These dahlias are lined up on tables. The backgrounds are difficult. But I'm always willing to try, and I actually have gotten some wonderful images from this show every year. But this one I got home, again, with that feeling that probably didn't get anything good today. Got this up on the screen and I heard my heart speaking. I just, again, I gasped. I said, how did that happen? Where did that light come from? How did that background happen? Because this is really pretty much straight out of camera, which a lot of my Lensbaby images are, they don't require a lot of processing. So this image again just reminded me of the power of these lenses and what they can do to bring that sense of emotion forward. And they unleash creativity. This was also shot at that same dahlia show on the same day. And I was fascinated with the way this dahlia looked like flames. And so I began to play around with different lenses and different compositions to try to bring that idea forward. But again, I never know what's going to happen. Some things work, some things don't. So these lenses really encourage me to take those risks and to see my subjects differently. And we are going to talk in a minute about more abstract shooting, which is another reason that I love these lenses. This is a more abstract image because to me it's about the shapes and patterns. They encouraged me to play and experiment. So this is another dahlia that was from Karen's garden, and it's a cafe au lait, which is, just a beautiful cream-colored dahlia. But you put these lenses up to your eye, and all of a sudden, the way the light is playing on this flower, the tones that are coming through, just had me mesmerized. So I spent probably a good 2 hours just with this flower, experimenting with it, with different lenses, different compositions. These were all taken in that time period. Very different ways of looking at the dahlia. So this experimentation is, again, very important to the creative process. So it's key to creativity. This is two views of a tulip, and I have many more. I'm just, showing you two, photographed with different lens babies. And this was a flower that I spent an hour and a half with, really fully exploring it. So the first image with the Velvet 56 is a more traditional view of a tulip, and actually one that I don't actually do very often, because I think tulips have, so many different interesting ways to photograph them and to bring their details to your eye. But I loved the patterning and I loved the color, so I had to photograph it. And you should photograph things every possible way you can think of, because it leads to discovery and it opens up new ways of seeing. But had I not gotten down low and photographed this tulip from the ground level, I would have never seen what was happening in the background, because that was not apparent, when I'm hovering over it. But the background was just magnificent, and that's created by other tulips in the background. So I did a little experiment where I photographed it with a variety of lens babies. I wanted to see, which lens is really going to do the best possible background. And the Sol 45 did a great job, as it always does with backgrounds. So lens babies really encourage me to explore the abstract. When I started my photography many years ago, I tended to look at flowers as a whole, and I tended to photograph them fully in focus. It was a much different way of looking at flowers than I do today. It was really more about documenting the flower than seeing inside the flower and discovering the beauty inside. But as I mentioned earlier, when you do something over and over again, you get bored, you hit a creative slump, and I hit a big creative slump. And it was at that time that I decided I was just discovering lens babies, and I was beginning to experiment with what I call selective focus, or really just looking into the flower to look for abstract elements and photograph that. So these images are about lines, curves, beautiful, sensuous curves. It's not even important to me that you know this is a rose or a fern, because these are about those beautiful, beautiful curves. Pattern and symmetry. Nature is full of pattern and symmetry. It's everywhere if we look for it. So again, these lenses, you can use them in so many different ways to capture that pattern and symmetry. The image at the top with the Velvet 85, I'm using an aperture of f8 so that I can get more in focus, to bring more detail to your eye. But then the two images with the Composer Pro 2 and the Sweet 50 optic, I'm really showing you I'm leading your eye to the center of these images and letting that blur do its beautiful work. So all about pattern and symmetry. Texture. Texture can be your subject too. In both of these images, texture was what really drew me to these images. The image on the left is called Red Velvet Echeveria. It's one of my favorite succulents. And I love, this is in our greenhouse at Chicago Botanic, and it's been there for years. So I go back every year to photograph it over and over again. And it's interesting to me that it's called Red Velvet Echeveria, and I found that the velvet is my favorite lens to photograph it. And then a sunflower, again, filled with beautiful texture. Or maybe it's simply shape or color that's drawing you to a subject. This is a costus plant, and I was fascinated with this. I spent a lot of time with this plant because I loved the flow of that line. But I knew that I didn't have to have that all in focus for you to understand what this plant was like. So this is just a perfect example of what selective focus is. I'm using the Sol 45, which is a fixed aperture lens. It only shoots at 3.5 and has just beautiful blur. But I'm using that to draw your eye just to one part of this of this image, and that's the connection between the stem and the leaf, where you see that pop of red and that interesting shape. And I love photographing in this way. I find it creative, I find it exciting, and there are no better lenses to do this than Lensbaby. So Lensbaby really encourages me to push the boundaries between what is in focus and what is not. So the fern on the left was captured in a conservatory in a fern room. And I love this image. It's shot wide open at f1.6. I love it because it conveys the feeling of what it's like to be in a fern room. It's misty, your lenses fog up, it's warm in there, and that image perfectly captures that for me. And then the dahlia, I just have a little tiny bit in focus, so I'm really pushing that boundary. But again, I find this way of photographing very exciting and very creative, because the way that I see it may be very different than the way that you see it. We could have the same subject and come up with completely different compositions, completely different ideas about how to photograph it. You might take one of those petals and place your focus on the petal. Or, you know, there's no end to the way that you can photograph using selective focus. The possibilities are endless. So this really brings us back to the idea of photographing from your heart. We've come full circle now. And this is the whole meaning behind The Alchemist. The real treasure that we gain in our journey is not gold and jewels, but wisdom, self-knowledge, and finding our heart. And that is my wish for you, is that this presentation has really opened up your ideas of bringing your heart into your image and really further exploring your personal history, your emotional roadmap, so that you can do that and so that you can better understand why you photograph what you do and in the way that you do. So I want to leave with this idea. This is one of my favorite quotes, again, from this book. When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too. So when we strive to be a better artist and to photograph from our authentic self and from our heart, people will respond and people will be lifted up by your work. And when we live our lives with kindness and compassion, all those around us become better too. So that's the thought that I want to leave you with in this presentation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will look forward to seeing you in the live portion so that I can answer all your questions about my presentation and about Lensbabies or anything that you want to talk about. So thank you. I'm really honored to have been here. All right, just let me end with just a couple other things. So this is my ebook, which is available at visualwilderness.com. And if you can't find it on their website, if you could just do a search for my name, but it's also linked through my personal website and belmontphotography.com. And this is a book that I created about a year and a half ago. And it has, you know, it's an illustrated guide to the Lensbaby lenses that I use for my flower photography. So it gives lots of tips. It explains the differences between the lenses and how to use them. It also gives a lot of my philosophy about flower photography and the way that I work. So that is something that may further your learning. I also want to make you aware of a presentation that I did in November with B&H Event Space. It's called Capturing the Magic of Flowers with Lensbaby. And if you do a search with the title, my name, and B&H Event Space, you will easily find it. And the reason that I'm suggesting this is that I wanted my presentation today to be about inspiration. and to really get you thinking about your photography. But I didn't, include a lot of tips or information about the lenses or how to use them. But this hour-long presentation goes into great depth with all that. So please feel free to find it on the internet and watch it, because it may help you understand the lenses and potentially understand what is a good fit for your photography. And then I'm always happy to hear from you. Please feel free to email me at my email here. I correspond with people almost every day. I answer questions about Lensbaby. I help people find the right fit. If you want to send me an image that inspires you, or just talk flower photography, please feel free to reach out to me. I really relish this contact with people and have met some very special friends this way. I'm also very active on Instagram. I love the flower community on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, come follow me and reach out. And I'm also on Facebook, not quite as active there. But thank you again for joining me, and thank you to Lensbaby for having this wonderful presentation, and I'll see you soon.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
O se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, shoot, extraordinary conference. If that wasn't inspirational, I don't know what is. And thank you so much for such an incredible presentation. Where do you start with this, right? I mean, there's so much we could unpack in this, and just, I don't know if you saw the comments through the chat, just people feeling inspired and people feeling like there's so much more beauty in the world than maybe they had an hour ago. And my own personal journey in legend being, tied to reading The Alchemist 6 years ago, as I was changing everything that I knew about my life, and the power of that book. And I think the best place to start this conversation is, how do you arrive at that to go, okay, I'm going to dive in to this idea of The Alchemist and leverage that in this conversation?
I read, I think it was a book that was on my reading list for years. And I think it was meant to be that I read it about 2 years ago at a time when I was really examining my journey in photography and my personal history and how it relates to what I do today, because I feel so strongly that that's important to our photography, that we bring our personal selves into our work. And that book just really resonated with me. It was just like the journey that Santiago was on was kind of the journey that I was on, and I was really trying to bring my heart into my photography, bring my background as an art therapist into my photography. For a long time, I didn't really see the relationship between that career and what I do today, and it just kind of went off like a light bulb at some point, and I said, yeah, that's why you see your work the way you do. That's why you get emotional about your subjects. So yeah.
It's very serendipitous also. I remember someone handing me that book and them saying, you'll know when to read this. And it's sitting on my shelf for a very long time, and me coming across it, grabbing it and going, oh, I get it now, right? And so much of that does transform our understandings of who we are and very much our mission and journey in life. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, if you have questions for Anne, please leave them in the comments. We're going to spend a little bit of time here doing Q&A with her. Anne, the question that has come up probably 8 million times in this is, what is your favorite Lensbaby?
Oh.
You know I was going to ask.
I knew you were going to ask. Well, I'll tell you that the lens that I probably shoot with the most, and I know I was getting questions about, do you shoot full frame or crop sensor? I shoot full frame mirrorless. And so the Velvet 85 is the one that I reach for the most. It's just such a beautiful lens for flower photography. But, I also use the Velvet 56. I also use the Velvet 28. I have a love affair with the Sol 45. A lot of my work is done with that lens, and I just, that one totally caught me off guard. When I first got it, I thought, I don't know, fixed aperture. I'm all about experimenting with aperture, but that lens is a powerhouse, and I feel like a lot of my most creative work has come from that lens. So I love them all, but
yeah. Well, it's a hard declaration to make, right? But that's why we ask the challenging questions here at Lensbaby. So we have an awesome question for you here from Linda. And when you shoot indoors with natural light, do you place a texture paper behind the flowers?
I don't do a lot of indoor shooting. I have to admit, it's just not where my heart is. In the winter, yes. In the winter, normally I'm shooting in conservatories, which kind of mimic being outdoors anyway because they have glass ceilings. So I can just take advantage of the natural light there and just shoot as if I were in a garden. But as far as shooting at home, I don't do a lot of it. Yes, I do have some textures that I place behind my subjects when I do shoot at home, but my true love is being outdoors. As I mentioned in my presentation, really the most powerful part of what I do is the process of creating. And for me, that's so intensely tied up with being outdoors in nature. I just have such a great love for being outdoors. So it's most of my work is done in a garden setting. And
yeah.
I'm lucky that I live 10 minutes from a garden.
Yeah, and I hope that we can all taking advantage of the areas that are close to us. Sometimes we think we have to travel the world and hop on a plane and do all these things, but sometimes it's our own backyard where we can find the most creativity.
Oh, I mean, that was totally eye-opening to me this spring when I was forced to, recreate myself and head out into my neighborhood. I had no idea how much I would find, how much joy was there. Because in normal circumstances, I would be in a conservatory setting during the winter, but I can't this winter because they're all closed. So I've kind of dedicated myself to a project that I started, a few weeks ago, where I'm going out and shooting all the lovely dead crap. There's an Instagram page called that.
Yeah.
There is such beauty in flowers as they die, in leaves as they curl, in seed pods. You just have to be willing to get a little cold if you live in a climate like I do in Chicago. But I'm having so much fun, connecting with a very different kind of subject.
Yeah,
So,
that's amazing. And so much of it is that connecting and creating and trying something and getting out of your comfort zone. And we're running out of time, but I really want to ask one more question before we move on. And do you use flash in your flower photography or just natural light?
99.9% natural light. I have experimented with a macro ring light for if you see the panel behind me, I did a commission project for the Orchid Show for 3 years in a row, and had the challenge of shooting orchids in an orchid show where there was no light. So it kind of forced me to experiment with flash, but it's not my favorite way to shoot. It's work sometimes, but natural light is really what I love. So
amazing. And thank you so much for being here. Such an incredible presentation. I want to actually dive into it with you more. I wish we had more time right now. I think we'll have to do that after for sure. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this, for being a part of our journey. please like and comment and share and let everybody know we're still going. We have 3 more presentations today. And Anne, I don't know about you, but I'm super excited.
Oh, they've all been fantastic.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you for being here. Anne, thank you so much. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Hey, thank you, everyone.
Shoot Extraordinary Conference, we are off and running and going. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm learning so much right now. I'm so excited and so thrilled about how we're all coming together to be a part of this huge conference right now. And as we get into the next course, I want to take a moment and introduce Joe. Joe, how are you?
I am great. How are you?
So good. I'm super excited. So as we get ready to look at your course and learn about Lensbaby from your perspective, tell us a little bit about your background and how you found Lensbaby.
Sure, yeah. I am a fine art lifestyle photographer based out of Sacramento, California. And I mainly photograph people, families, and kids. And I just throw in a little bit of self-portrait work in there just for more of the creative aspect. I also do a little bit of nature work just for more of the therapy aspect, just that comes with nature work. I've been doing this for just a little over 5 years, about 5 to 6 years. And with regards to my journey with Lensbaby, I first started using Lensbaby lenses in 2016, towards the end of it, or beginning 2017. And my very first Lensbaby lens that I used was the Edge 80, actually. And I fell in love with it, with what it could do. But I didn't really, I think I just gave up too soon at that point when I picked it up. I was like, okay, I don't know how to get through the whole focusing. And I just remember giving it up. But then later, I think after 6 months to a year, I went back to it again. And then just, a lot of practice, and I just got hooked. I just got hooked to them. And I pretty much have almost all the Lensbabies in my collection right now. So that's my journey.
Amazing. Yeah, it's so funny how that works sometimes, how we remove ourselves from something and somehow through serendipity, it comes back to us. I don't know about everyone at the Shoot Extraordinary Conference right now, but I am particularly excited about your course. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to learn about?
Sure. My class is titled Embracing Love and Light. And what I mean by that is how we can embrace love. When I say love, it is self-love. It's, loving your, nature, maybe your kids or whatever, love is to you. And the whole storytelling element that you can get amazingly through these Lensbaby lenses. So I talk a little bit about how to capture storytelling, which is the love component. And then I also explain a little bit about how I achieve creative light with my Lensbaby work. And by light, I mean, working with harsh light, working with backlight, working with in-camera flares that I really love, working with light haze, working with light bokeh. So I talk about the different elements about how I use light in my work with relation to Lensbaby lenses, as well as how I approach love and how I embrace love and light together in my work.
Wow.
So well, makes sense.
That's really beautiful. I love it. And I know that the Shoot Extraordinary audience is ready for this. We're going to get into the video right now. And Joe, we will see you for the Q&A after.
Hey everyone, this is Joe Bhamidipati, and I am excited to talk a little bit about how I use my Lensbaby lenses to embrace love and light in my work. So just a little bit about me. I am a fine art lifestyle photographer. I am a Clicking Moms mentor, and I also currently teach at Click Photo School, a 4-week workshop called The Imperfectionist, which is all about rule breaking with intention. I'm also the creator of the emotive film light presets, as well as the co-creator for the Elements presets that are available at Click & Co store. My Lensbaby journey started in 2017, and my very first Lensbaby lens optic was the Edge 80. You can find me on Instagram at MBM Photographs, and that is my website here. My Lensbaby collection has grown quite a bit since then. I have been shooting with Lensbaby optics for about 4 years now. And some of these optics pretty much stay on my camera body about 80-90% of the time for personal work, and almost about, I would say, 30-40% of the time for my client work as well. My lenses include the Edge, the Twist, Sol, Sweet 50, Velvet 56, the Omni filter, the latest Spark 2, as well as the macro converters. My very most used Lensbaby lenses that I would say would be the Edge 35 as well as the Sol 45. This image here to the right was taken with my Edge 35 lens optic, and the Edge 35 really stays on my camera body pretty much 70% of the time, and I would say the remaining 20-30% of the time I use my Sol 45. To get started, we'll be talking a little bit about how I embrace light with my Lensbaby optics. So I'll be discussing a little bit about manual focusing, about light in photographs, about light flares, which are a very unique capability of these optics, light haze, as well as light bokeh. And in the second part, when we talk about embracing love, which is basically storytelling, we'll talk about how to incorporate blur in your photos, how to get more of the fine art feel if you're someone who is an artist who really likes the whole fine art feel to your images, and how to use the Lensbaby optics to make that scene more, how to incorporate minimalism and as well as storytelling with these optics. The first and foremost important part to keep in mind is that Lensbaby lenses are all manual focus. So if you've never used a manual focus lens, it is just something that you really need to practice on, pretty much, on a blank wall surface with either, if you have a readily available subject, your kids or, or just any prop, pretty much, flowers, just your teddy bear, or just anything that you have, you can practice focusing on that particular object. I sometimes like to practice by also putting a blue tape on a wall. Blue because you can actually see where your focus will then fall. That's the way I actually practice using my Edge as well as the Sol. The Edge was a little bit harder to practice focusing in the beginning, just because I had to figure out where the tilt shift plane would land. But using this method, you would be able to practice and figure out where your focus falls. And each of these optics have a very unique place where the focus falls. That's just something to keep in mind, that the more you practice, the more you will figure out where your sweet spot is for your lens. Sweet spot for focus. Embracing light. So as photographers, we are constantly chasing light, right? So for me, I am a huge light seeker. I love incorporating all kinds of light in my work, whether it is backlight, photographing silhouettes, photographing shadows, seeking haze, harsh light. I am constantly trying to do something to figure out how to get the best light and mood and emotions showing in my work, and especially light is really a huge key in my work, or a huge element in my work, especially when it comes to the storytelling feel that I really like to seek in my work. So light flares. So one unique property rather, what I would say for the two lenses that I extensively use, which are the Sol 45 and the Edge 35, is the light flares with these lenses. And when shooting against backlight, depending on how you position yourselves, you would be able to see this flare that just comes into your camera, and it is just so beautiful. It is an in-camera light flare, And this shot here was shot with my, this image here was shot with my Sol 45. And it is a very unique property of the Sol 45 lens. Again, this one here is the Edge 35, and the light flares with the Edge 35 have a really rainbowy feel to it. As you can see, it just has this beautiful colors that it just gives out. And placing your subjects appropriately at a position such that they are framed by this flare just elevates your image and elevates your image to another level by adding a wow factor to your image. And this typically happens when you shoot against backlight. A couple of more examples of lens flares and of a rainbow lens flare that you get with your Edge 35. As you can see with this image here, it is a very light flare. And this one, it's a little bit more. This one, it's a little bit more. So it is a combination of where you position yourself to see the light hitting against your lens, as well as how much the sun is going down or how close you are to the sunset. Light haze. This is again something else that I really love playing with in camera. My Edge 35 has an amazing quality when it comes to light haze. I pretty much position myself such that I don't see a flare in camera, but I see haze in camera, and I tend to shoot slightly away from the sun so that the sunlight is not directly hitting my lens, but the light is still coming into the lens or into the camera, and I can see this beautiful haze that is produced with the Edge 35. Light bokeh. Light bokeh is again very unique, and it is produced. You can have this with the Lensbaby optics. In fact, most of these, the three ones that I have over here, were taken at night so that I could have them saved for me to use as an overlay in the future. I typically like to do something like this where I shoot, and this is just Christmas light bokeh. So I do something like this where I take some images during nighttime so that I see this blackish background. And then I take an image of just the Christmas lights, either with my Edge 35, the Sol, the Velvet, and so that it's completely out of focus. And that would really give you this beautiful circular light bokeh. The other kind of light bokeh that I love is when I use water. And this image, for example, was produced as a double exposure. And it is a silhouette of my daughter where I had taken an image of my daughter against the window. So basically it was a silhouette. And then I took a second shot of just the water bokeh. And this image was shot with my Sweet 50. And I just simply combined both of these images in post-processing. And the left image was my final result. The right image was done completely in camera, and as you can see, this effect was produced because I used the Sweet 50 and I focused on my daughter, and everything else just fell out of focus. Embracing love with storytelling. So another thing that I really love to do with my Lensbaby lenses is use them for the storytelling component. As you can see in this image, my kids were just playing in a trail that we regularly visit, and I shot this during the golden hour. So the light was going down, it was sunset, and I placed myself really further away from them so that I could see my kids' shadows as well as this beautiful dappled light and some shadows. And towards the left, I got this beautiful in-camera blur that was produced as a result of using my Edge 35 on the go. embracing blur. So all of the Lensbaby lenses have a certain amount of blur in them. And to me, incorporating blur into my work has been a game changer, especially where I am now able to isolate my subject from the background and have the rest of the image or my background just fall into the background. And my subject just neatly pops up or pops out, and everything else just really falls away out of focus. And using any of these lenses, you could do this with the H35 or the Sol, the Velvet, or any of those lenses that you typically use, and you get this beautiful subject to background separation when you incorporate blur. And this is my absolute favorite thing to do, especially when it comes to storytelling images. And I, as a fine art photographer, have also been very particularly fond of freelancing. And to me, when I use my Lensbaby lenses, it is very close to freelancing, especially the H35 or the H80. And hence, I am constantly picking up my H35 because I really want to get very similar or as close as possible to the freelancing effect that I used to love in my work. I also use the H35 for environmental portraiture, and if I'm out on the go, it really elevates the storytelling when I'm outdoors as well, to capture the environment my kids are in. For fine art, so I love using the Sol or the Edge, especially for creating fine art feel and a fine art portrait work in my client work or in my personal work. The Sol 45 gives really a very unique blur all around the image, except the center part, where you feel the blur is almost moving to highlight your subject where your focus would be falling. So this image was shot with my Sol 45, and it just highlights the ballerina that I was shooting just so beautifully that she really just stands out. So these images here are a mix of my H35 and my Sol 45. My image to the right was shot using my H35 lens, and the bottom two images were shot using my Sol 45. And it really helps to using these lenses, if you are someone who likes to shoot moody portraits, it really helps to block out any of the light that you don't want in the frame by letting everything else in your background just fall into the dark or fall into the shadows. That way, my subject is just really neatly highlighted, while everything else really just falls into the background blur. And the blur is just very subtle, so that you still see sometimes what's happening in the backgrounds, but your subject really neatly just pops out. So these images here, continuing with the fine art aspect, these images here were shot with my Sol 45, and as you can see, it just really helps you focus on the subject as to what you really want the viewer to see, by letting everything else just have a very smooth blur to it. And it's graduated, but it's very smooth, and that just really elevates the images, whether you're doing some creative work like this with dapple light, or you're shooting something like this of your kids where you really want the whole smooth, creamy feel to your images as well. All three images over here were shot with my Sol 45. Well, actually, my top two images were shot with my Sol 45, and my bottom image was shot with my Edge 35, because this is the very typical lens flare that you would see with my Edge 35. Minimalism. So I love incorporating minimalism in my work, and it really elevates the whole dreaminess to your images. If you're someone who really likes the whole dreamy, magical feel to your work. So if you're someone who likes to shoot in fog, or you have you have sunrise, sunset, or even just an overcast day as well, since this image was shot in an overcast day, it really elevates the image to make it look almost like a painting. This one was shot with my H35, and I just love how smooth and creamy the blend is between the in-focus parts of the image versus the non-focus parts of the image. Continuing on with minimalism, this shot again here was shot with my Sol 45, and it is a really magical lens if you're someone who loves light flares in camera while you play with silhouettes and while you play with light. Storytelling component, again, I tend to use my H35 quite a bit for my creative storytelling images, where, as I mentioned earlier, it really just gives in a very smooth, subtle blur to your background, where you could still see what's happening in your background, but your subject just pops out beautifully by elevating the entire image this way. You're just enhancing the whole storytelling feel to the image. In summary, to get better at using Lensbaby optics in your work, the first and foremost, the key point here is to work on your photography skills and to see what you're really drawn to most. As an artist, I really love bringing out emotion in my work, and regardless of what lens I use, and to bring out emotion is the absolute key to what I do with my work. So anything I do, that's my number one thing that I want to see with my images. So working on your photography skills and seeing what you are most drawn to is the key point here. Using creative lenses such as Lensbaby really helps you stand out in a competitive market, whether you're shooting personal work or whether you're shooting client work. If shooting personal work only, these optics really open up numerous possibilities with the creative effects that they can have. As you've seen, just with the H35, there's just multiple ways that you can use the H35 lens in your work, whether it is to incorporate minimalism, whether it's to bring out the fine art feel, whether it is to enhance the bokeh in your work or get light flares. So just, another thing to keep in mind is with each of these optics, use them for a month at a time, at a minimum, and seeing what you can actually do with each optic for the month before you feel that, okay, I am not able to focus with this lens and it's too hard for me. The whole manual focusing, whether it is shooting self-portraits, whether it's shooting clients, whether it's shooting your kids who are on the go, the key here is to keep practicing and make a project out of them. Do a monthly creative project per optic to improvise on your manual focusing skills. Getting creative with client work. So I have shot with my Edge lenses as well as my Sol 45 lens creatively for my client work as well. This image was all of these images were taken with my Edge 35 or my Sol 45. And if you have clients who are willing to be more creative, it just opens up so many possibilities, and it surely will enhance your work. Just to think a little bit about using Lensbabies for self-portraiture. So a while ago, I started actually doing self-portrait work using the Lensbaby optics, especially the H35 as well as the Sol 45, and using these creative lenses really opened up the possibilities of me not being camera shy. As being a photographer who is always behind the camera, to see myself in front of the camera, I would be somebody who would not know what to do with my hands, not know where to look into the camera, where to point towards. But once I learned that Lensbaby lenses really help you put the part of the image that you really don't want to see into blur, and also focusing on the parts of the image that you want to be focusing on, it really just elevated my whole self-portrait game entirely. I've done double exposures with slow shutter speed. As example, this one over here with my H35. I've shot unique portraits with my Sol 45. This was my Sol 45. This was my Sol 45. This image was shot here with my H35. And I have shot outdoor portraits with my H as well as my Sol 45. I've shot slow shutter. It just gives you the whole possibilities of what you can do with the creative lenses, and how to be in front of the camera, but also embrace the blur, and also how to be okay with seeing yourself in front of the camera. Made it much more possible for me by just getting in touch by using my Lensbaby lenses for my self-portrait work.
Hey everyone, this is Jo here, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to show you how I photograph with my Lensbaby lenses to embrace love and light in my work. Come on, follow me along.
Shooting indoors in harsh light is my absolute favorite. When shooting indoors in harsh light or in backlight, I often pay special attention to where the light is coming from and play with my perspective and angles. Here I was using my Lensbaby Sol 45 optic, and to focus with my Sol 45, I was moving slightly to the left, slightly to the right to get the perfect angle and to get the perfect in-camera flare that I was hoping to achieve. I often change my positioning and my perspective with relation to my subject to get different angles and different viewpoints of the story that I'm trying to tell through my images. I also often like to get creative while playing around with reflections and shadows in the same space. I play around with the tilt of my Edge 35 optic, or I sometimes manipulate the blades of the Sol 45 to limit the amount of light that's coming into my camera. Here I was using my H35 optic to take my daughter's images as a reflection through the mirror, while I was also trying to get some shadows in the same image. I also often like to play with double exposures, slow shutter speed, and get as creative as I can while using my Edge 35 optic or my Sol 45 while shooting indoors. The beauty about using my Edge optic indoors is the softness at the edges of the frame. Shooting for minimalism and blur. When I'm out and about with my kids, I often pick up my Edge 35 optic for its amazing storytelling capability, as well as to photograph minimalism, as well as some incredible light flares and blur that you can achieve in camera while using this optic. I let my kids play together, just watch them connect with each other, interact, and photograph them just having fun together. I establish focus with my edge 35 by simply moving the focusing ring, as well as repositioning myself as needed to grab focus on the elements in the image that I really want to focus on. Whether it is my daughter who wants to twirl around, or whether it is to capture the gorgeous views, or to get some beautiful in-camera light flares and haze. I do all of that by simply repositioning myself until the light hits the camera at the right angle. I give my daughter simple directions, but most often it is a matter of just watching her have fun and play in the place that I'm photographing her in. My Lensbaby Edge optic often helps me to achieve dreamlike images by helping me focus on movement that I often seek in my work. I often seek to capture movement in my work as it helps me make my images feel alive, as well as they make the emotions that I'm hoping to convey feel much more real. I sometimes use the live view on my camera to track my moving subjects so that I can get a better focus on them. I often go back to the Edge 35 or the Sol 45 because of its closeness to the free-lensed look that I very much fell in love with very early on in my photography. The dreamlike feel that I can achieve in my images, as well as the minimalism and the subtle blur that I can achieve, makes me often go back to use my Lensbaby optics. In this portion of my shooting video, I'm going to be taking you behind the scenes as to how I shoot self-portraits and give you tips and tricks as to how I use my Lensbaby optics to achieve focus, as well as to get closer to the vision that you're hoping to achieve in your images. To achieve proper focusing with my manual focus lens for self-portraits, one way I achieve this is to target an object in an empty room and focus on that object and place yourself to go and stand in that particular space. And once you go and stand in that particular spot, you should be using either your interval timer in your camera or your timer remote, or you could use the Camera Connect app for your camera to be used on your cell phone. When it comes to self-portraits, I often like to use props such as glass or fabric to further enhance my creative vision and help me get closer to the concepts and the storytelling that I often seek in my work. Being a photographer who often loves moody portraits, I do like to place myself either in harsh light or dapple light while I underexpose my overall image. Playing with light and composition in the same space helps me get more creative as playing with light
and perspective in the same space that I often shoot helps me get more creative with my vision and concepts in my self-portrait work. Another big important element for self-portraits especially are emotions. When it comes to capturing emotions in my self-portraits, I often seek the real. Photographing self-portraits often require you to be vulnerable, as when you are your true authentic self, that is when your true emotions are showcased through your work. Some of my best self-portraits have happened because I let myself just be and experience whatever emotions I was feeling, and letting myself just be how I was feeling in front of the frame. One of the biggest advices when shooting self-portraits would be just to let yourself be free and try to be your authentic self in front of your camera, as well as to simply enjoy the process and to not think of creating a masterpiece with every image. If I shoot 10 to 20 images during one session, I often get 2 to 3 images that are worthy of sharing and keeping, while the rest of the images, I just see them as a learning experience as to how I can do better the next time I shoot. Self-portraits usually are not very complicated, but they require a lot of patience and a lot of practice to let yourself just be and embrace the imperfections that you see in front of the camera. It is through self-portraits this year that I have been able to embrace love and light, especially self-love, during these difficult times of 2020.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. What a beautiful, beautiful presentation. Joe, thank you so much for that. I mean, I know that I'm not alone in saying that I'm really moved by this. How are you feeling about that presentation? It was amazing. You know, I think about self-portraits and the journey that I had on my own and learning how to really photograph. I learned how to use a camera by taking an unbelievable number of photos of myself. Right. What has kind of stepped you into that? You know, I don't think a lot of people recognize that that is a great form of expression through photography.
Right. I have been doing this for 3+ years now. But when I picked up my camera for the first time 3 years ago to turn that towards me, it was basically to document my motherhood journey, to photograph myself with my last daughter, and basically just to document us, you know, our whole journey together. But then the more I started doing it, the more I just realized that if it's not just our journey, but it's my journey as well, as much as it is her journey or our togetherness. So initially, I just remember being totally uncomfortable, especially, I think, you know, women who see so many flaws in ourselves where you don't like, you know, there's just so many things that you don't always like about yourselves. And I think just doing something like that, where you're actually turning the camera towards yourself to find little things that you can be proud of. And even if you don't share it with anyone, but sometimes people think that, art has to be shared, and that's completely fine too. But if you really feel uncomfortable sharing those images with anyone, that's fine. Just create them. The way I put it is create them as if you're making a date with yourself. So you're just carving out that time, making a date with yourself, and whatever that is, you may be in your pajamas, you may be dressed, whatever you want to do, whatever your story is, whatever your concept is, that 20 minutes, 30 minutes is the time that you're hopefully spending the time just with yourself, so that's what I think just prompted me more and more, just learning, how much it actually helped me just get away from everything and use that as a form of therapy as well.
Yeah, that's really powerful. I mean, such a great statement, especially, towards the end of the video, you mentioned just kind of like stepping into this self-love journey with yourself. I mean, that's really beautiful and powerful. Our first question here comes from Dana. What has kept you inspired through this year, despite all of the challenges? Amazing question. I was going to ask the same thing.
So this year has obviously been so challenging for, so many of us. I mean, it's everyone, right? But one thing I think that just has kept me going, that nobody says that you have to pick up your camera every single day. Do it when you feel like you have to. Do it when you strike an inspiration. And where does inspiration come? It could be anything, right? You could be somebody who just goes on a walk and be inspired. If you're someone who doesn't mind turning the camera towards yourself and just playing with that, do that. Whatever you feel you are connected with the most. If you are someone who's connected with humans, you want that human connection, and that's what you miss the most. Photograph your kids. If your kids are not up to it, they just don't want anything to do with you, and that's when you turn the camera on yourself, right? So I think that's what just really kept me going. And the other thing is, especially with Lensbaby lenses, I think the whole best part is when I pick up a lens, whatever, a Sol 45, Velvet 56, I have all of them. I don't know exactly what I'll get, even though I know what the lens does. Each time I pick it up, I think I get something different. Maybe there's just something different that I don't know, that I have never experimented with. And that's what I really like, that each time you pick up a lens, you can create something different, and I think that's just what really keeps me going.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And there's a lot to be said about that too, because within just the understanding that every day you can do something different, I mean, there's inspiration in that too. But the big part of it, like you said, is you don't have to do it every day. We don't feel inspired every day. And the people who say that we should or may, I don't know that's necessarily true. Next question from Camilla is, how do you find the balance between breaking the rules and respecting them?
Right. So I always say, I teach a class about breaking rules, so I totally get that question a lot. So one thing about breaking rules, right? It's about knowing what rule to break. So which means that for breaking rules, you have to be someone who's already confident enough in knowing all the rules that are out there, leading lines or composition or light, or how do you have better control on light, and all of those basic necessary skills are very important. And once you know the rules, don't try to think that you have to, throw out all the rules out of the window. That's not really how you break rules. Just go one thing at a time. So if it is blur, like how do you bring out intentional blur in your work? Focus, on one thing. I always talk in terms of like mathematical equations, like keep everything constant, but like one variable. So that way, like, if you have your light is constant, your composition is constant, but maybe you introduce blur and that's the variable right there. Or your composition is constant, your focus is constant, but your light is the variable. So just keep everything constant and just change one thing at a time. And that really helps you to expand and work on each technical element and figuring out what rule you want to break and practice, whether it is for building your portfolio for ClickPro or whether it is for your own personal journey.
Yeah, that's such a great point, because there's no rule that says you have to do everything at once. There's always space to really nail something down and then just add bit by bit, and you'll be surprised what small adjustments can do. Our next question here comes from Regina. What are some of your favorite prompts with self-portraits and why?
Yeah, so I am a super lazy person. I'll just go out and say that up front. I mean, I have, I'm a lazy person, but then I think just to go with that, my ideas are always like just going in my head, like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. So my ideas are always, never ending. So I always have like a list of things that I want to go buy for self-portraits. I want to get vintage dresses. I want to get beautiful hats. But, obviously, like time and money and, all of that doesn't happen in space, right? Because this year has been super difficult to find space as well when the whole family is in the house. But when it comes to, props, I try to keep it simple, cheap, easy, whatever you can find in your house. My favorite to go is just fabric. And I say for fabric, what I do is if you have any old, any transparent tablecloths that you don't use, keep that as a prop. Any, I'm trying to think, lace, anything. I've gone to Joann before, just the Joann fabric store, and gone and found a tulle, and it's like 50 cents, just to cut out whatever, and whatever piece you want to just go cut out and find different color, piece of transparent fabric from there. And then you will, at that point, that you haven't spent anything more than $2 or $3. And then I just cut small holes on it so that I can place it on my camera if I'm trying to shoot through something. But my ideas are always really cheap and easy and, simple things that I can find around the house. I just cut out dresses, I cut out tablecloths, I use hats, or I use shoes, or like anything simple that's laying around. In the flowers, like in your garden, anything that's around you, just start with something really simple without like just going and buying and spending too much money, or do it yourself props that you think are more personal to you. For me, it's always relates back to what's personal to you. So the props, whatever you decide to use, have to relate back to you and who you are and what are you trying to convey through them.
Yeah, great points. And I'm going to ask a question from my end, because I'm really curious, and I think the audience would be too. How often do you have to deploy patience with yourself, especially while doing self-portraits? Because I was looking at a couple of these and thinking to myself, she took that photo 75 times. Oh, yes. She got up, checked the camera, went back, laid down, took the photo, got up, checked the camera. What role does patience play in your life as a photographer?
Goodness. And that's exactly the reason why I did not delete that footage, so that people actually can see it's like going back and forth. It's like a million times. And nobody just knows, oops, I just went there, boom, I clicked a button and the self-portrait happened. That's really never happens. Maybe on a rare, lucky occasion, who knows? But I'm always going back and forth and back and forth. So the number one thing is always like, see if you can find a space that's like dedicated in a way so that nobody else can enter that space, if you have kids or, other people around, because that can, at least for me, it just interferes with my mental balance. And I start to get frustrated that, I'm trying to achieve fine tuning or focus here. And there's just so many distractions going on. But just keeping yourself and your space, just giving yourself space really helps. But patience is like the number one thing. And just going back and forth. And like I said, you may take 20, 30, 40 photos and you may get one that really turned out beautiful and that you really love. And that's completely okay. It doesn't mean that the rest of them are completely worthless, but you made an effort, right? Because you had a learning point that, okay, so this is what my lens does. This is what I needed to do to achieve focus. This is what I'm going to do next time. So I think that just goes in as a learning lesson to go back and do it the next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Great points. And Joe, amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you guys are having an amazing time. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break here for about 30 minutes, and we will come back with our next presenter. And I don't know about you, Joe, but this has been absolutely amazing. And we are so grateful for you. And I just want to say thank you again for your time, to the Shoot Extraordinary audience. And we will see you guys in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We hope that you are loving the education that you're getting, hanging out with our speakers, with this community right now. We are so excited that we're just getting started, and I am joined by my great friend, Ute Reckhorn, who is going to be teaching our next course. Ute, my friend, how are you today?
I'm pretty good. Thank you for having me, Michael.
Yes, we are so excited. Tell us a little bit about your journey into Lensbaby.
So my journey with Lensbaby started probably 5 to 6 years ago, and I still remember how I got my first Lensbaby. It was a composer with a Sweet 50, and that literally changed the way I saw the world. And yeah, made me venture out and try out things that I would never have done with any other lens. And I just fell in love with the lens, and that was the beginning.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that, right? If you were to try to say what that moment was like for you, what was it about the composer and Sweet 50 that really changed things? Was it about the way it looked, the way it felt, the way you felt? What was that like?
I think it was all of the above. I'm a pretty adventurous person. So when I got to a point in my photography where I was a little bored with conventional lenses and I felt something was lacking in my work. And then I got a Composer Pro. I tested it, and I still remember how I went out and I was working with it, and it was like mind blowing. You know, I loved how it was so playful and unpredictable. And then later when I was at home and I was uploading the pictures, I was just blown away with how things look so different and have like a dreamy touch for me, but can also be very playful. And I guess it matched my personality. So that was my first moment.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And sometimes those things just happen. It's serendipity in the universe saying, hey, this thing is for you. And I'm very, very excited about your course right now. Can you tell us what to expect as we watch?
So I will talk a little bit more in detail about my creative process and cover a lot of what we just touched. I will talk about how Lensbaby products make me feel and how I use it to my advantage in my kind of work. So my work is beach related and often has a very peaceful feel. And Lensbaby products are a big part of how my work looks and the reason behind why it looks the way it does. And I just love how it adds a lot of playfulness to my photography. And that's what I will talk about in my upcoming presentation.
That's amazing. I don't know about everyone watching right now, but I can't wait. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, it's time to step into education again. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and social media at Lensbaby USA, and we'll see you guys after the class.
All right, can't wait to get started.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ute Reckhorn, also known as California Lover on Instagram. Today I would like to welcome you to my talk here about Light Inspired, a deep dive into my creative process. I would like to introduce you to my work, how it works, how I go out and take my pictures, and then from there I will show you actual pictures, and then we will finish off with talking about what you do when you're back at home and you have your beautiful work with you. But for now, let's dive right in and get started. So I'm not sure if you are familiar with my work. As the name says, I live in California and I love California. And that's basically what my work is about. You will see a lot of beaches and seagulls and the ocean when you look at my work. A while ago, I started craving emotions and something special in my photography, and that's when Lensbaby came along. And yeah, it had a huge impact on my work, and this is what I would like to cover for you today, because a lot of people keep asking me, how do you produce your work? How do you get emotions in your pictures? And how do you get this feeling of peace in your pictures? And yeah, so what I do on a normal day, photography for me is a daily practice. I think this is what is most important. On a normal day, I leave the house after thinking about what kind of pictures I want to take on a certain day. It starts all with thinking about what kind of lens should I take? So for me, it's always easier to take one lens instead of having a big bag on me that's getting heavy. So some days I might feel like landscapes, and that's when my Lensbaby, my Velvet 28, comes into play. I love this lens because it can cover anything from macro to landscape, and I love the bokeh. So since you can get really close to your subject, you can create awesome effects with something that is glittery, sparkling in the foreground. On other days, when I'm feeling a little adventurous, I might pick my other favorite tools, the Composer 2. What I love about this thing is it can be moved, and then it sits, locks, and you start taking your pictures. It also has an interchangeable lens system. So in this case, it's equipped with the Edge 50, but you can also use a twist or any other Lensbaby system that is available for this system. When I'm feeling really adventurous, my Spark comes into play. This is something I actually often carry in my pocket, so it's just in case as a backup solution. This one, in comparison to that one, you cannot lock, so it keeps moving. It's almost like a dance, but exactly like here, it has interchangeable optics, so you can use the edge, the sweep, the twist optic. But it is definitely an advanced system, so it's not a beginner lens. So these gems that I just talked about, I use them on my Canon Mark IV. They give me enough artistic freedom that I do not add any other effect. So the Omni filter that I also love to use, I rarely ever use them in combination with these specialty lenses. What I do instead is I grab my Fuji, which is a nice lightweight camera, and I really enjoy that because it almost fits into my pocket and I don't have to bring a big bag. And instead of bringing multiple lenses, I only use one lens. And if you compare the diameter of this lens to something like that, you can see that this is a lot larger than this. And if you compare to how you cover with the Omni filters that I love to use in conjunction with the Fuji, see, this covers a big portion of the lens in comparison to this, where I have a huger piece of glass to cover. If I hold that in front of it, it is just not the same. So the more you can cover of your lens, the nicer the effect of the prism melts into the picture. The less you can cover, it looks a little, you know, it looks like there is one edge of the picture with an effect, and it often doesn't make any sense. That's my personal experience. So this is why I love to use all these little pieces of glass, all these Omni filters with my Fuji camera. 1, 2, 3, or 4, and I always make sure I pick a few that create different effects. Like this one will create colors in your photography and a fractured look. This one will create like a light streak, and then this one will create like little light bubbles in your pictures, and since this has this line here, also kind of a fractured look. And what I like about these little things is if you have like a little bag, you can put them in there, and you can even put them in your pocket. So they always come in handy. Well, and then once my bag is packed, I take off, typically, like I said, in the afternoon, 2 hours before sunset, because I just love the golden hour here in California. And yeah, it's just gorgeous light. And it's also my time of relaxation and calming down. So photography for me is less of a job. It's almost like mental yoga, if you want. I just love to be there and to be in a moment and to arrive. So I take my bag, I park my car, I get out, I get started. And often I feel pressured, under pressure. And the weird thing about that is it's me. I'm putting the pressure on me. So most afternoons I actually worry. I'm like, oh, do I really want to go out? Will I create something? Will I find something meaningful today? And that's something I really want to share with you, because I think a lot of great pictures look like they just happened. You know, you were there at the right time, and you have all the experience in the world, and this is why you created the picture. In my case, that's not the case. So for me, it's a daily practice. I have to overcome this initial fear, worry, ooh, maybe I don't get anything today. And there are many afternoons where I really don't get anything. And over the time, over the years, I learned it's not what it is about. It's about going out, arriving, and then once you're there, once you are in the moment and you take it all in and you live the beauty, then the magic is happening. And then you start seeing things, and then you see the light, and then you're there, and then you take all these pictures that you would probably not be able to take when you're under pressure and when you're rushed and when you don't take the time to come to arrive. So that's one thing I really find super interesting and important, and where I hope it is good information for you to think about your approach and how you make sure that you calm down before you actually work. Another thing that I do to keep myself motivated is I work on a 365 project. So that's nothing I always publish, but I still do it, and I actually start a new one in January, and that's something you can join me in if you want to. Besides that, get prints. So print your work. That is also something that does make a big difference in how you feel about your work. And if you only get 10 prints per month and look at them at the end of the year, you have this huge collection. You will see how your work has developed. Another thing to stay motivated is to involve the community. Projects like the Front Step project or something for your local coffee store can make a huge difference in how you feel about your photography. As soon as you start involving the community and you feel like you're part of a community, your work becomes more meaningful. It's something I have done in the past. I started a few projects and it has had a huge impact on my photography and how I feel about it. But I think that's it for now, and I really can't wait to show you my work now. In case you have questions, please don't hesitate. You can contact me via social media. Just DM me if you have any questions at the end of this. But for now, let's get started and let's have fun here.
When I leave my house in the afternoon to take pictures, it is as much about finding balance as it is about relaxation and creativity. I just need to calm down most days after a long day of work, and to take my camera out helps me to do that. Honestly, the second I arrive, I first need to take a deep breath and look around and take the beauty in and open my mind and my soul to what's in front of me before I really start seeing. And then once I have achieved that, and that happens while I sometimes just close my eyes or take a deep breath, I start seeing things that are there, but you don't really see them with the naked eye. Part of that is, of course, experience of many years. So I've practiced for a long time by now. And it's also about how you see the light hitting a subject. But mainly for me, it is getting in the mood and almost dancing with my lens, with the possibilities, with the beauty around me. And it's no longer about using the camera. I mean, the camera is the tool to create all these pictures, but it's not the driver. The driver is how I feel and how I start taking in what is around me. It's been a long journey for me to get where I'm now. So initially, I used regular lenses like you do as a beginner, and I wasn't really satisfied with what I saw in my pictures. It felt like all that had been seen before, and I craved more. I wanted to see emotions in my pictures, and I tried different techniques to get there. So first I played with long exposures and slow shutter speeds. Eventually I started adding prisms to my work, but I was still not happy, still not satisfied. It was still not what I wanted. Some things were just not predictable enough. Others, just like the long exposure, other techniques like doubled exposure took a long time. I had to fumble with settings that didn't make me happy. And the first prisms I tried, I ordered at Amazon. It was a cheap and large thing that did not help me to create the result that I wanted to see. I almost felt like it looked a little cold, and I wasn't really conscious about what I was looking for, but I clearly felt I was lacking in something. So then a few years ago, I discovered Lensbaby, and I started working with these so-called specialty lenses. Some people told me they are soft focus lenses, and the way they made that sound was a little, almost something is wrong with that. But I think being German in America and having an accent and often feeling like not being part of something bigger, or let's call it being an immigrant, helped me to embrace it and to say, you know what, I've lived with this kind of stigma for such a long time, I might as well embrace it. And yeah, so I started working with Lensbaby lenses, and I fell in love with the joyful and playful approach. I don't really plan my pictures. I'm not a very technical photographer. I always say I feel my pictures, and that's only partially true because, of course, the first years of trying the old-fashioned techniques and getting to know about rules and learning the basics, all this comes into play when I use my Lensbaby products. But I think it's like a good marriage of technique and letting go. So I remember the first time I photographed something that felt like I had created more than I could see with the naked eye happened actually when I found a piece of glass, broken bottle, and it was a green bottle, and I was taking pictures of my daughter and she was in a green jacket, and I started wondering, how would that look? So we took pictures, and I really fell in love with these pictures, but it wasn't really something I could repeat because glass is, as we all know, I mean, you can hurt yourself. So I put it away after trying it once, but it got stuck in my mind. It's like, oh, that was really interesting. And then shortly after that, I was introduced to omni filters. And if you watch me how I use them when I go out, you can see it really is more like playing with the effects, and it's very intuitive. I never think, oh, I need to use this filter to get that effect. It's honestly, wow, I love what I see here. How can I make that more interesting, more special? And I love how you can hide things while using an omni filter. So let's say the scene itself is pretty, but there is something that is distracting. Holding a prism in front of a lens is a good way to hide certain areas and to make them part of the picture, but in a dreamy way, in a way that it is fun. So after trying all this out for landscapes, I ventured out to try it with people, try prisms in portraits. And the approach is very similar. When I'm around my daughter, it's like we play together and we have fun, we spend time together. And I learned if she's not enjoying what we do, she will not come back. So of course I make sure that it feels good for her. So I try to keep it short and brief, and
So it's a very basic setup. So one thing that I learned over time is that I create typically better results if I don't shoot right into the sun with a prism. So if I shoot into the light with a prism, I will do that after sunset. But as long as the sun is above the horizon, I have the sun coming in from the side to create kind of a softer look, not overpowering. And when I work with people, I try to have the same kind of energy around them that I have to use around my daughter. I try to keep it short and playful. I try to find this connection with them. I try to learn about them while I take their pictures, their portraits. And while I get to know the human in front of me a little better, it's a very intuitive approach of wanting to use maybe the twist 60 for this vintage film-like feel and the swirly background, or adding prisms to mimic a more playful character. And people who book me know my photography and they want that kind of look. I was asked before if I use it with my clients, and yes, I do. I mean, I also use regular lenses, but I think what most people want when they work with me is that kind of different look. They like light flares and they like light leaks, and that's what I love to create. So for me, that is just a natural approach, and I don't even think about it. I don't even think about that this would be weird. I think it's adding another layer of interest to your pictures when you work with Lensbaby. I learned most people really appreciate if they feel that they look unique in my work, because we all have our personalities and we love to showcase that, and Lensbaby helps me to do that for me. It's like using an artistic brush instead of a regular pen, I guess. Some days I feel like going out and doing street photography. And when I use my omni filters to do that, what I really love about it is I focus on the filters and on the pictures and not so much on the people around me. When I first tried street photography, I felt very self-conscious, and people would ask me when I showed up with my big lenses, and they were like, "Oh, are you a photographer?" And I wasn't very brave at that stage, so I would almost want to hide. But over the years, that became more natural for me. And yeah, I learned that using smaller lenses and prisms and being deep into your own work kind of takes away from the people around me. So I still watch them, and I still feel like I'm part of a bigger scene, but I don't feel so self-conscious anymore, and that allows me to take pictures that I would normally maybe be a little shy and not want to take. A question that I often hear is, how do you choose your omni filter? And the truth is, I don't really choose a filter. I almost feel like the filter chooses me. The more you try these filters, the more you will become familiar with them, and in the end it starts feeling like second nature to grab for the stretch glass and know, oh, this will stretch colors in certain areas of your pictures, or it will allow you to have a reflection in your picture, or to grab for the more colorful one that looks like a kaleidoscope. So I just play with these things again, and I love to use my viewfinder on the back of the camera to see what I create, and often that will give me a hint or inspire me to try something else, something new, if I'm not really happy with the result that I saw. I think to be open to create many pictures and to know not everyone will be a winner, but to want to play with them and to have fun while you do it is my way to create work that surprises or looks like a masterpiece. I just love how these filters give me like a childlike feeling. It's really making everything easier. You know, if you have a box of crayons instead of a pencil, you can draw a rainbow, and this is what I do when I use my Omni filters. Even though my approach is mostly very intuitive, there are a few tips that I would like to share with you here today. So what I learned is, most importantly, remember to shoot wide open. So for me, f2.8 is what I use most often. If you shut your lens down to a smaller aperture, you will see the piece of glass in front of your lens in your pictures, and it will not look so good. Also, playing with the position and the distance of the prism in relation to your lens is important to see on the viewfinder different results and to find out what you like best. I also recommend to avoid shooting against the sun because the effect is quite harsh. Only shortly before sunset, you might get away with that. But for me, side light works much better. And another trick that I learned is to use the filters during the hour after sunset, during the so-called blue hour. So the kaleidoscope filter, for example, will show its colors once the sun is below the horizon. And that's what I really love to play with, because you get these magical worlds. It's that kind of fractured look and super colorful, almost like you painted with many different colors over your picture. I hardly ever use the filter system that comes with the Omni filters, because I love to use my filters and to be a little free. But if you want to be more in control of your filter, I recommend to use the filters, the filter system, and attach the ones with the magnetic balls to your filter system. That is also nice if you want to recreate a picture, or let's say you want to use multiple Omni filters in your picture. But besides that, I really recommend be open, be free, because at the end of the day, only you have to love your work and everything else will fall into place.
Alright guys, now that we have covered all that, I would like to talk to you what happens when I come back home from my little photography tours. So honestly, I let my pictures sit on a memory card for a few days. Why? Well, if I start looking at my pictures right after I come home, I have such a close connection to the moment that I'm not ready to see the pictures. Anytime, it's almost like drinking good wine, it needs to age a little. So a few days later, I will upload my pictures to my computer, and then I'll start my little process. So what I do first is I build a collection where I pick pictures that stop me in my scroll. Those are pictures that are often weird. You wonder why weird, right? Well, what looks interesting and emotive to the audience can actually be a weird moment in real life that you have captured and you still remember that it was just a weird moment, but the picture can still be very raw and emotional. It can stop you. And those pictures that stop me in my scroll, those are the pictures that go in my final selection. So I built this collection and then I start editing my pictures. My editing process is pretty straightforward because I feel a lot of the effects that are already there, because I use the Lensbaby lenses or the Omni ones, there's not much I have to do. So I like to work with presets, visco film presets, and then yeah, typically I adjust maybe the exposure, the sharpness, the contrast a little bit. Maybe the crop if something is in the picture that should not be there, or I straighten the horizon, and that's pretty much it. Once I start downloading my pictures, it's actually often surprising how unpolished these pictures look. And that's a tip for you. Be okay with that, because it is a playful approach, and those pictures are not your typical traditional results that you see when you use traditional lenses, but that's the beauty. And sometimes I need time to see that beauty and to be okay with it. And then even pictures that are out of focus can have a certain kind of magic if you are willing to let them sit for a while and then just see that kind of magic. So besides that, that's pretty much it. I'm happy when I see this collection, when I, a few days after going to the beach, look at my pictures and when they bring back these memories to me. And then I start sharing my pictures on Instagram or social media. And like I said at the beginning, don't forget to print your work. It is so important. Because taking the picture and then editing it and sharing it on social media is not all. You know, there's more to your work, and you will only be able to see that when you start printing your work. I don't know, if you have more questions, I mentioned that before, you can contact me via social media, California Lover. If you have questions, I'm always there for you, and I hope you found this little talk helpful. And yeah, go on and listen to the rest. There's a lot of interesting speakers coming up. And yeah, I hope you have a good time and happy holidays.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extraordination and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow. I don't know about you guys, Shoot Extraordinary Conference, but not only was that inspiring and powerful and beautiful, I'm like, can I go to California right now? Uta, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, please ask your questions in the comments, like, share, follow, all of the things. My friend, how are you today?
Pretty good. Hi, Michael. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. That was amazing. And Shoot Extraordinary Conference, if you don't know this was her first presentation ever. Bravo. Bravo. Absolutely amazing. And you probably have seen in so many of the comments throughout today, everyone is feeling inspired. Everyone is feeling fired up. And you just brought such an amazing presence to this. I'm going to actually watch that again just because I was like, I want to see that picture and that picture and that picture. And as someone who is so close to Lensbaby, I get to see everyone's pictures all the time. And the array of work that you have is so phenomenal. The question that I want to start with is, every day you set yourself up to go out and shoot and to step into that thing that fills you so much. Why do you do that? What is it about photography that drives you?
I guess you answered that. It just fills my cup. It makes me happy. So I feel like I have a pretty stressful life, given the fact that we have 2 dogs and my husband has a challenging job and 3 kids at home and COVID and so on and so on. The list is endless. But to go out and take my pictures allows me to be the artist that I want to be instead of being the one who takes care of the family, the household, and runs all the errands. So it just makes me so happy, and that's a good reason to go out.
Yeah, I mean, what other reason than it makes me happy, right? I have to say this when I think about that. One of the things you talked about is just feeling it intuitively, right?
Yeah.
So often, and you mentioned this at the start of your presentation of like feeling that self-imposed pressure. How do you continue to like move through that pressure and still like follow that gut instinct when you have the camera in front of your face?
I think it's like a learning experience by now. I know I feel that pressure and I know I have to overcome it. So Dana mentioned Elizabeth Gilbert before, and I also love her. And she mentions that in the creative process, fear is always with you. And her way of dealing with fear is to tell fear, hey, you are part of the ride. You can be in the car, but you will never, ever get the steering wheel. And this is my mantra.
Yeah, that's a beautiful mantra to have, and one that I hope we all can instill in ourselves. But as you know, it's quite the process. So, Shoot Extraordinary Conference, we have a ton of questions from you guys. Uta, I'm going to pop in here, share some questions with you, starting with Nancy. Do you print your own work or send the photos out to be printed? Also, what Fujinon lenses are you using on your Fuji camera?
All right, let's start with the technical aspect. So I use my Fuji X-T2, and I just looked it up. I use an 18 millimeter lens. I think it's a 2.8 aperture. This is as wide as it can go, and it's tiny. The diameter of the lens is 52 millimeter. That's perfect for me, but I never take that lens off. So that was question number one. I do not print my work at home. I send my work out, and I have different print stores for different jobs. Let's say fine art prints, I get at one location, and I also work with a local print store for smaller prints. If I want greeting cards, I have another print store, and I recommend to do maybe a Google search and find out who's around you, and then order test prints to find out who can deliver the kind of quality that you need to see.
Great suggestions. And there's so many different places you can get prints. I mean, even your local pharmacy, and like at least you have something. I'm so curious about, because I love prints. I think they're incredibly important. What does the power of having the printed image do for you?
So what I like about prints is I have an office. I have it set up with a large table, and I put prints on the table, and then I start playing with my prints. And the relationships between pictures, a development in my work, is something that I only see if I actually have prints on that table. And I also like to have, I mean, not right now it's my family, but back in the days before COVID, I would ask friends, hey, what do you think about this? And what do you see in my work? And that can be super helpful, because sometimes there are patterns that you don't really see until you start printing. You definitely don't see it when you have it only on your hard drive or on your computer. And also to print larger prints allowed me to fall in love with some of my work, with some of my pieces that I might even have forgotten by now. But since they are there in print, they also remind me of where I came from, and that all this is a process.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And there's something too, and maybe it's just me, you may agree, that just holding it like brings up this sense of pride.
Yes, it does, definitely. And then it also helps if the family walks by or friends and like, oh, is that your work? Yeah, there's a huge sense of it's satisfying.
Yeah, amazing. Our next question comes from Doug. What app do you use for post-processing?
I work in Lightroom. And Lightroom does 99% of my work, or does allow me to do my work there. I do very, very little things in Photoshop. Maybe I delete something that I cannot get done in Lightroom, but Lightroom is my workhorse.
And then from LS, do you focus first, then add the filter?
Yes, because I work with my Fuji and it's autofocus. Sometimes I turn the focus off, and then I manually focus, or I set the focus and then I change it. But mostly I set the focus first and make sure it's not set in front of my filter, because once, as long as the autofocus is turned on, it will catch the filter, and I don't want that. So either the focus is in one spot of the picture and the filter in another spot of the picture, so they can work independently. And if I have the filter in front of my focus spot, then I will turn the autofocus feature off so it doesn't jump back. Hope that
Makes perfect sense. And then from Leanne, what lens do you shoot with the most?
In general, or for this presentation? So in general, my all-time favorite lens is the Composer Pro with the Edge 35. That's a lens that I just adore. I love what you can do with it. It's so flexible, so versatile, and I love the bokeh and everything about it. But if I use my Omni filters, it's definitely my Fuji setup, because I find it a little tricky to combine too many effects.
Yeah, I totally get that. Sometimes you have too much and you don't get anything, and minimalism can definitely be your friend in this process.
Yes, I try to keep it simple.
And finally, just a statement from Cheryl that I think all of us adamantly agree with. Gorgeous work, Uta. Thank you for sharing this process and bravely sharing the insecurities that I think a lot of us struggle against. Your work fills my heart and inspires me. I will say that I entirely agree with that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. This was a great experience, and thank you for all the love.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our pleasure. Thank you so much. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Please follow, like, share, tell all of your friends. We have one more amazing speaker to go this afternoon, and we will be back in 19 minutes. Thanks, guys, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you've enjoyed the last couple of days, this amazing education. As we head into the home stretch here, we are joined by the amazing Jackie Kramer. Jackie, how are you?
I am great, Michael. How are you? You've done a lot of work.
Yeah, well, you know, it's teamwork. We have an amazing team here at Lensbaby, plus teaming up with you amazing educators and photographers from around the country and around the world. Of course, it's hard work, but everything worth doing is. So tell us quickly, for those who don't know, a little bit about you.
Okay, I was born and raised in Florida. I took off for college and beyond and lived in Alaska for almost 30 years and then recently came back to Florida. I'm in St. Augustine and I've been shooting since I was about 16, but recently turned to it full time in the past few years. And I discovered Lensbabies a long time ago, but I didn't really discover them until maybe about 5 years ago. And so that's what I'm excited to share with you today.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's funny how often we kind of find Lensbaby at one point in our life and then suddenly it's back. That was very much my experience getting my first Lensbaby all the way back in 2007. And then fast forwarding a lot of time and being here today. What can we expect in your course this afternoon?
Well, what I'm going to share in the Lensbaby Layers of Love session is how to combine images all shot with Lensbabies in Photoshop for interesting artistic effects. I shoot flowers, so of course I'm going to be concentrating on floral photography.
Awesome. Well, it's super excited. I can't wait to see it. Jackie, we can't wait to be in there with you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in the Q&A after.
Great. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. Let's do this Shoot Extraordinary. We'll see you in the classroom.
I'm Jackie Kramer, and this is Lensbaby Layers of Love. In this session, I'm going to share with you one of the techniques that I use to create my artistic floral images by combining multiple layers, all shot with various Lensbaby optics. I'm going to bring you into my makeshift photo studio here in our dining room to show you how I shoot some of the textures, and then we're going to dive into Lightroom and Photoshop and look under the hood at some of my editing. But before I begin, I'd like to share some examples with you of images shot with Lensbabies before and after layers have been added in this very short slideshow. Okay, I'm going to start shooting some textures. To begin with, I'm going to start with this glass candle votive, which has got a lot of interesting raised glass bumps on it, lots of curves, lots of little areas that will reflect and refract light. And I'm going to shoot it with my Lensbaby Sweet 50 along with both of the Lensbaby macro converters, the 8 and the 16 millimeter, and my Canon 12 and 25 extension tubes, 12 and 25 millimeters. Okay, so I'll be using a little Manfrotto Lumimuse light to shine some light into my subject. I'll set the votive down on its side. And we'll go into live view. And what I'm going to do is move in and out and hunt for colors and shapes, bokeh. And when I find things I like, I'll just grab them. And I know that I'm going to pair this with a floral image, but I don't necessarily plan in advance which one. I know in this case I'm going to be showing you how I edited the anemone. So I know I'd like to get some interesting textures to pair with that. And I come in here and I can see that these bokeh bubbles are starting to take shape really interesting ways. Not worried about the shutter speed because it's just a texture. So I can probably reduce my ISO here and lower the shutter speed a little bit if I want to. Then I'll move this around so I can either move myself or move the subject, of course. And try to avoid these areas where I've got too much light and it's looking like it's blown out. However, if I find something like that and it's just a small area that I think I can remove in Lightroom or Photoshop, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Okay, I usually hold the camera gently against my neck like this. It's too hard to do this on a tripod because so much is going to be a result of me moving around, and I just can't be locked down. So if I really want to get something in focus, which right now I don't care about, but if I do, I'm on live view, I can actually magnify it and go in at this point and I'm gonna give myself a little bit of stability here by pulling gently on the strap. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be doing or using for the anemone, this type of thing. Now I'm going to take it out of live view and I'll put my votive away and switch to the pink garland. So this is going to give me an interesting effect. And I'll start with the same configuration I have here, which is the Sweet 50 with the macro converters and extension tubes. And it's probably a little bit too much. So I can see here, it's going to be, I have to open my shutter speed up quite a bit. And I've got the low light, which is going to help render the color temperature more accurately. Okay, and I know that I'm probably going to pair this with a vertical image, so I'll just change my orientation. And now I'll take some of these filters or extension tubes off so I can remove the two largest ones. And let's see now what kind of an effect we're going to get. Okay, so it's very nice. Love those little bokeh balls in there. Too bright, so I just adjust accordingly. And go vertical. Okay, and then I'm going to switch now to the Sol 45. And I will pair that with the 25 millimeter extension tube. Okay, once I have that on, go back into live view with that. And oh, let me just show you something before we go into live view. Like to just show you the bokeh blades inside the Soul 45 and 22. They have these two arms which can be engaged or not. And it gives you the Soul 45 is a beautiful lens. And it's lightweight and very affordable too. So I use this, every time I use it, I say to myself, boy, I need to shoot more with that lens. So anyway, the reason I put the extension tube on with this is so I could reach in and move these bokeh blades around. Otherwise, I would put a macro filter on the front of this, which is made by Lensbaby. Okay, so go back and we'll shoot a couple here first without the bokeh blades in. And this is beautiful. And we'll do some vertical. And then you can rotate the ring here, the focusing, not the focusing ring, but the locking ring. So there's a mechanism on it to lock it. If you rotate it to the left, you rotate it to the right, you can then tilt it, which isn't really going to make too much of a difference at all here. But when I get the bokeh blades engaged, you might see a difference. So let's go ahead and put those two arms in all the way. And we'll go to a vertical orientation. And while I'm there, I'll take my focusing ring and just move it around. Oh, I like this effect. So you just kind of hunt around for a really nice effect. I'm adjusting my ISO and my shutter. And that's beautiful right in there. Put my Composer Pro back on. And I think what I'll do with the twist is just pair it with the, let's see, I'm going to use it just with the 16 millimeter macro converter. And let's see how that works. A lot of this is going to rely on experimentation. There's no magical formula for anything. In fact, if you take your Sweet 35 or your Velvet 56 and head outside, look up into the canopy at the trees, there's so many beautiful things out there you can shoot to. So look at that gorgeous swirl. A little bit of blown out area in there, but I can take care of some of those in post-processing. So I'm not too worried about that. Where's my light? Put the light back on this. And look at how gorgeous that is. So I'm going to tilt it now. I'm going to rotate my camera upwards, and I'm going to tilt up at an angle from the lower left to the upper right. And look at that. It's too bright. I've got to adjust my shutter speed down a little bit more. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, and then let's go, oh gosh, how can you can't stop. Then let's go straight up with the tilt. Straight up, and we'll come over here. I have to back it up a little bit. So it's not exactly straight, is it? There we go. And I just love, love, love what that does. So if you take the twist and walk outside and just shoot the ground, especially if you're on gravel, it'll give you a really nice swirl. Take it, make sure it's wide open so that your f-stop is as wide as it goes, and it should not be in focus, so that you start to get a little bit of focus around the outer edge where the center is pretty much a blur. And then when you use that as a texture, that is really nice, and it's more uniform so that you don't have any tilt at all. But then of course, if you want to, you can tilt it there too and really start to change the nature of the effect. Okay, so let's take all of those into Lightroom and then Photoshop and start to create some art. Okay, now that everything is loaded into my Lightroom catalog, I'm going to share with you some of my favorites. This was shot with the Sweet 50 of the pink garland. And then I have some here that were made with the Soul 45. Here you can see in the first two that I don't have the bokeh blades engaged, and then in the next three I do. And you can just look at the light spheres and see the direction of the bokeh blades. Next, I want to show you the results from the Twist 60. And you can determine the tilt here by looking at the light spheres or the bokeh bubbles. In the case of the left-hand image, I've tilted up from the left, and in the right-hand image, I've tilted up from the bottom. When you tilt the Twist 60, it will amplify the swirl and shift it toward the area that you're tilting away from. It's also going to significantly darken that area. So I compensated for that here in Lightroom by adding a graduated filter and increasing my exposure. Next are a few examples of the candle votive, the glass subject that I used. And here I'm looking for light, color, lines and curves, and interesting bokeh. Let me show you some other examples, all from that same subject. These have all had minor edits in Lightroom. What I'm going to do with these is I'm going to pair one of them with this to achieve that, and then I will show you how I can take some of the pink textures and incorporate those as well. So to begin with, my base image is right here. And that is raw. That's how it came in. It was shot with the Spark 2.0. I put some minor edits on it just to mainly straighten it up, and that's the base. Look at how beautiful the focus is on that. And then the out of focus areas fall off to a really nice creamy effect. So I love this lens. Then we're going to add this texture, and I'll show you how I edited this. Let's go into the develop module and reset it. So this is the raw image. I just put a little bit of vibrance and saturation on it, not very much, and that's one thing I love about the Lensbabies is you really don't have to do much at all to them, if anything. The main thing I did here though was move my temperature slider down toward the blue end of the spectrum and just cooled it down quite a bit to pair with the flower. So when I combine these two, my result is going to look like this. So we'll walk through those steps, and then I'll show you what it might look like if you were to add some of these others, either by themselves or in combination. So let's go ahead and follow my images into Photoshop. Photoshop now with our purple anemone. First thing I'm going to do is go get my texture layer. It's just next door, and I will select it all by hitting Command or Control A, then copying it to my clipboard by hitting Command or Control C. I'll navigate back over to my flower and paste it here by hitting Command or Control V. Once it's there, I'm going to lower my opacity so that I can see through it or beneath it to the layer below. And then I will add a layer mask by going down to the lower right and clicking the Add Layer Mask icon, which is the white rectangle with a black circle in the center. Once I have my white or Reveal All layer mask, I'm going to paint off the layer, off the texture, so that I can reveal my flower beneath it. So let's zoom in a little bit here, pick up my brush by pressing B, which is the keyboard shortcut for the brush tool, and making sure that I have black as my foreground color. I will make sure that I have zero hardness, and I will take my opacity down just a little bit, and I will begin in the center. And I'll increase and decrease the size of my brush by using my right and left bracket keys. It's helpful if I go in a little bit, and as I move outward, I will decrease the size of my brush as well as the opacity, so that when I reach the edge, I have a lower opacity and a smaller brush. Now this is going to vary depending on a number of things: the effect that you want to achieve, the background of the base image, which in this case is pure black, as opposed to something that's going to blend in better with this blue background. So if I had some foliage there, certainly it would be a different, it wouldn't have that hard black edge peeking through if I go over too much. So I just want to be careful with this. And I have a mask already made for you, so I'm not going to spend too much more time here, but I do want to point out to you that when you get down to the vase, you want this to look like it's emerging from the kind of billowing clouds of bokeh. So what I'll do is I'll start in about the low 30s with a very large brush, and just start painting in here. And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to just decrease slightly, and in increments I'm going to lower my opacity down into the 20s as I shift downward, and then into the teens. And I think I'll increase the brush size when I get down here. Okay, so let me go get the layer mask that I already created for you, and pop that over on top. There we go. So I'm going to delete that, and we're going to go with one that I have already created. And just to show you what that looks like, I will press the Option key or Alt and click on the layer mask, which will allow you to see what I've done. Okay, so here is before and after. The blend mode is normal. The opacity is 70%. I'm going to back out a little bit and analyze it, and I think I could lower the opacity a little bit more. So I'm going to call that good at 59%. There's nothing magical about these numbers really. And what I believe I need to do next is balance the image out a little bit more. I'm going to duplicate the texture so that I can get some of those maroon bokeh balls over on the left-hand side. So to do that, I'm going to click on the texture layer and duplicate it by pressing Command or Control J. And then I'm going to unlink it from my layer mask, which is really important because I'm going to move that layer around, and I don't want to move the layer mask around with it. I want that layer mask to be connected to the flower beneath it. So all you do is just click on that little link beneath it, between the layer and the layer mask. Then on the layer, I will hit Command T or Control T on a PC, and it's going to give me a bounding box with these little white handles. I can increase or decrease that by pulling on any of those little white squares, and it will increase or decrease symmetrically. If I want it to go asymmetrically, I just depress the Shift key and hold that down while I pull in any direction. Now, just a side note that I should have made this a smart object before we started, but I'm not going to do that for the purposes of this image or of this video, so that it will be a lot faster as we go. Okay, so I just want to get this stretched where I want it, but before I go anywhere else, I'm going to flip it. So I will right click and go flip horizontal, and I will lower the opacity so that I'm not completely obscuring the layer beneath it. And I'm going to shift it into a place where I feel like it blends nicely. And then I can commit to this either by clicking on the check at the top or hitting Return or Enter on my keyboard. And now we have that in place. and I'm going to probably keep this around the low 30s in the opacity. The next thing I'd like to do is make the colors richer. The flower is very deep and very saturated, but the background, the texture layers that I just put on, they could use a little bit of enhancement. So I'm going to go back to my original texture layer, and I'm going to duplicate that by pressing Command or Control J, and I'm going to drag that to the top. And I like it already. It's just basically doubled up on that normal blend mode, but you can see that it's now obscured the layer beneath it. So I've kind of just covered up what I've done below that. So I'm going to lower the opacity a little bit. I'm in the high 40s right now, and I'm going to change the blend mode. Let's have a look. I want it to be richer, so I'm going to probably select one of these 5 options in the second batch, starting with the word darken. Those 5 blend modes are going to make my image darker. The multiply blend mode is typically the one that I'm going to use when I want to make my colors deeper and more intense. So you just hover over each of them and you can see the effects. The next 5 are all going to lighten the image. So in this particular case, I don't want to do that. So I'm going to stop here on multiply, and I'll just lower the opacity down and have a look at what it was like before and after. And I think that looks a lot better. Okay, and I'll typically go in and, I can see I had some typos in there. I'll put this at multiply blend mode, so I'm going to just write that there. This one is texture at normal, flip horizontal. And then this one, I'll correct my typo, is texture normal. Okay, and finally, what I believe I'm going to do is just soften up some of these petals. The spark is beautiful, and sometimes it's actually really crisp. So even though this was shot just 2 stops off of open wide, I still have a lot of clarity in here on the petals, which is gorgeous, but I want it to soften a little bit more into the bokeh and the background that I added to it. So I'm going to create a stamp layer, which is going to merge all of my visible layers. I do that by hitting the following 4 keys: Command Option Shift E. Or on a PC, that will be Control Alt Shift E. Don't worry, I have a handout that I'm going to provide for you through Lensbaby, which has all of this written down. Once I have that there, I'm going to duplicate that layer and just turn it off. I just want to make sure that I have that preserved, and I'm going to leave all of these as they are, and I'm going to just play on this one stamp layer. So let's just label it stamp and Gaussian blur, because that's what I'm going to do. So to soften it up, I'm going to go up to the top under the filter menu, and I will scroll down to blur, scoot over and down to Gaussian blur. And once I'm there, I'm going to go, I don't want it to be blurred too much. So here's one end of the spectrum, and here is the other end of the spectrum. I want to be right around here. And this is overkill, but I'm okay with that because I can vary the opacity of this layer itself. So what I'm going to do is, since this is acting globally on the entire image and I only want it around the petals, I'm going to add a hide all layer mask by hitting Option or Alt. At the same time, I click on Add Layer Mask. That will give me a hide all layer mask, a black layer mask, which is concealing the Gaussian blur layer that I just created. I'm then going to pick my brush tool up again by hitting the letter B, and I'm going to exchange my colors by hitting X on the keyboard or this little switcher here, so that white is my foreground color. And I'm going to change my opacity here to about 30 some odd %, making sure that I have 0 hardness on my brush, and I will brush white over my petals, just like that. And I can see over here that if I look at my layer mask, I have clicked it, and when I got off of it just by accident, and you can just fix that by painting with black at 100%. So if you want to see your layer mask at any time larger, just again hit Option or Alt and click on the layer mask. Okay, so let's see what that looked like before and after. I'm going to paint a little bit more into the center with a smaller brush, and let's make sure I'm painting with white at a very low opacity. Let's get it down to the high 20s. Okay, there's nothing real magical about this number. And let's bring it in a little bit towards the center. And let's turn it on and off. I think that was probably a little bit too much on and off. I'll just lower the opacity of this layer a little bit. And let's turn it on and off. Yes, that looks good to me. So let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see what I'm doing here. This is before and after. It just takes a little bit of the edge off, before and after. Okay, so Command 0 will fit my image into the screen, and I can then go back and I can erase some of these, but I'm not going to because I want to retain the ability to make changes later. So when I'm done, I'll go ahead and save it by hitting Command or Control S. I'll save it right back into my Lightroom catalog, and then I can have a look at what some of the other textures might do with the image. So let me just first go back through what we've done here. This is where we started. We added the texture layer here at normal blend mode, 59% opacity with a layer mask. I duplicated it and flipped it horizontally, unlinking it from my layer mask. This is at normal blend mode, 32% opacity. I then went in to my original texture layer and duplicated that, dragged it up here to the top, and I multiplied that. So I changed the blend mode from normal to multiply at 33% opacity. I then finished it off by adding a slight Gaussian blur on the petals around this. It was some of these pink texture layers might do. So I've turned the blue group off, and we'll start with the Sweet 50. I'll turn that on, and I have it in screen blend mode. Screen is one of the 5 options that are going to lighten the image. So because I'm putting a light color over the black everywhere that the pink exists, it's going to lighten the base image. So let's increase the opacity and bring it up in the high 60s. And it just kind of makes my vase and flower look like it's coming out of a cloud. I would probably go back in, and since I've turned off the underlying layers, I'd go back if I was going to choose just this alone, and I would Gaussian blur that flower once again. I did the Sweet 50 image as a virtual copy and then brought that over here as well after putting a radial filter on it in Lightroom. And so it's just an oval of pink and gives it kind of a spotlight effect. I'm using the same layer mask that I'd already built previously. So let's turn those off and look at the Twist 60. This is the Twist 60 layer. It's also in screen blend mode. This is at 54% opacity, and I have a gradient fill layer mask on this. And I also added a hue saturation layer. This hue sat layer is clipped to the underlying layer of the twist, and in that I have adjusted my hue, my saturation, and the lightness. So I brought the hue down towards the green and the saturation just a little bit lower, and I brought my lightness up. So if you want to see what it looked like before and after, and we'll turn that off and we'll go up to the Sol 45. And here is the Sol 45 also at screen blend mode, and I will show you the opacity increasing up to the mid 70s. It kind of looks like fire. I just love the way the the Sol 45 blends with my images. And now if I want to see what that might look like with the pink layers underneath it, I just think that is incredible too. It kind of looks like fire coming out of this pink cloud. And I might add the spotlight effect back in there, and then How about if we turn the blue group on and lower the opacity of some of the pinks to let the blue come through? And I think that's beautiful. The possibilities are endless. If you like all these options and you want to save each separately, come up under image and go down and duplicate and save each one with a different title. So it'll prompt you to save it with a certain name, and then you can just say okay or browse it it's going to save it in another tab here in my workspace in Photoshop. But then when I save it out onto an external drive, I just need to make sure that each one is going separately, and I save them either as PSDs or TIFF files so that I preserve all of my underlying layers. Okay, that is it for my anemone. Let's have a look at some of the other images that I've done. Under the hood, we can look at a very simple edit here of this hot pink cosmos. This is the original image with a little bit of editing. I edited in Lightroom, but did very little to it. I took it into Photoshop and basically only had a little bit of fun with the petals by liquefying the edges and just drew them out a tad. I then added that same Sol 45 texture that we were just using right here. And that was added in overlay blend mode at an opacity of 80%. And I just drew a very light-handed mask on it. So with and without the mask, it would look like this without, and this with. Okay, I then duplicated that along with the mask, but then I doubled down on the mask by painting a little bit more on it to remove that second layer. Why did I add a second layer? To accentuate it. It's also an overlay blend mode, but instead of 80%, yeah, original was 80%, I reduced the opacity to 56%. There's nothing magical about the numbers. Well, but the reason I did this was because as an alternative to just boosting the opacity of the first layer, if I add a second layer, I can now modify the blend mode. And so I can multiply, I can overlay, I can do soft light, I can then go into some of the other funky ones. So if you want, you can just hover down and see what things look like as you move through the different modes. I actually liked it pretty intense, so I left it at overlay, but I felt like it was getting too dark and intense in the upper right and imbalanced and bright in the lower left. So what I did was just flipped my texture. So I duplicated it, and here's what I'll do. Let me show you what I did. I will hit Command or Control J. Okay, I'm going to unlink it from my layer mask, which is important because I want my layer mask to stay in place. I'm going to take that layer, and by the way, I should be using smart objects, but for efficiency's sake in demonstration, it's just easier and faster to do it this way. So now I'm on my layer. I want to flip it around. So I'm going to hit Command or Control T, and let's find the outer edges of that. And let's spin it around. About like this. So I want the dark black area in the lower left corner, okay? So let's zoom in now so you can see it. If you want to see the outer edges of your texture, you have to zoom out or magnify out. And you can do that by Command or Control minus, or you can just get to the outer edges once you're in free transform or anywhere, but by fitting to screen by hitting Command or Control 0. So let's say okay to that. And here's before, and there's after. Again, before and after. And if I want to adjust my opacity, I can do that here. And if I want to adjust, I see the corners have gotten black, so I can do that again. Command 0 to see the whole thing. Let's tilt it just slightly and bring it down a little bit. Oh, I don't think that's going to fix that corner in the lower left, maybe the lower right. If I brought it down just a smidge more. Okay. And then we'll Command or Control plus so that you can get a better look at that. And look at this. If you add that one on and duplicate it, oh my gosh, that's like beyond anything I normally ever do. Okay, so there's that one. Next. This is a very simple edit. Let me show you how this one progressed. From the beginning, this was shot with a Sweet 50. Everything looks nice to me, but I just put a little bit of Gaussian blur on it. So I duplicated the layer, put on a Gaussian blur, and I created a hide all layer mask and just painted it in around the perimeter on the upper left and around to the right hand side. So before and after, it's just a very small nuance. I don't even know if I needed to do that, but I didn't know exactly how the texture was going to interact with this. So I thought, you know what, I'll smooth it out over here and up there. So there we have it, Gaussian blur layer. And that is normal blend mode, of course, at 100% opacity. But since it was such a small amount, I didn't really need to adjust the opacity of that. Okay, then I added this texture layer, and this texture looked like this. It's also the same votive that we've been shooting. There's 100% opacity. Okay. And I just reduced the opacity just a little bit. And the blend mode, I changed to overlay. And that was that. All I did at the end was I just liquefied this leaf right there because it looks a little bit too straight. Here's before the texture. You can see that there's a leaf there, but the reflection on the top part turned that color a little bit toward the bluish side. And when it mixed with the texture, it kind of looked lavender. It looked like a straight line. So I just liquefied that slightly in that stamp layer. So what I did here, just to show you, is create a stamp layer, Command Option Shift E or Control Alt Shift E. And then I went into my filter, liquefy. And I got a very large brush and just adjusted this. Just like so. And you say, okay, when you have it to taste. So this is the way I did it originally, so I'll stick with that. So that is the final image here. This is before and after. It's amazing how sometimes it's just so simple. Let's see what else I have for you. I have another texture shot with the Sol 45. Beautiful peachy pink colors kind of going into the waves of green. And I use that one over this image. So I'll do a quick walkthrough of this one for you. This is before, shot with a twist 60. The first thing I did was duplicated the layer and cloned out that extra orchid down at the bottom that was detracting from the flow. So took that out by cloning it. And then I added a Gaussian blur layer above that. Put on a layer mask so that it was removed for the most part from the areas that I wanted to be clear. I then added that layer that I just showed you with the Sol 45 in screen blend mode at 100% opacity. Added my layer mask on that. I duplicated that in overlay blend mode because it made the colors deeper. Look at particularly the left-hand side of the image. I felt like it was a little bit too dark, but I'm going to adjust that later. but I like where this is going. So of course I'm bringing my layer masks on. I'm making some minor changes on my layer masks. If I want to remove some of the layer itself, the texture layer over it from what's below, I'm just copying the mask that I created and then amending it accordingly. I then added this layer on. This one looks like this. And it's also shot with a Sweet 50 and that glass photo. So this is normal blend mode, 100% opacity, no layer mask. And here's the layer mask. Here is the lowered opacity to 46%. And there is the addition of that layer. Now, almost done. I duplicated that and I changed the blend mode to overlay, amended my mask slightly, took a look at it, decided that I felt my flowers were starting to get a little bit dark. So I added an adjustment layer at the top, a curves adjustment layer, and I masked that. I masked that in. I put a gradient layer on it, and then I masked it into. So I removed that brightening off of the upper right diagonal and also off of my main flower, with a little bit removed off of the secondary flower. So there you have that. Before and after. Okay. So I'll stop my screen share now. And see if you have any questions.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That experimentation and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, shoot, extraordinary conference. I don't know about you guys, but I just learned so much. And I'm going to need to go back and spend some time in Photoshop because I don't know as much as I thought I did. Jackie, how are you, my friend? Welcome. Let's see if she can. Jackie, are you there? We're live. I don't know if Jackie knows this. If you can see me, I'm waving to you. Well, while Jackie is getting live with us, I want you guys to...
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
There she is. Awesome. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, please leave your questions for Jackie in the comments.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, it's the joy of live, guys. So let's give her a moment and see what we can do. Let's see. We can hear you, Jackie. So many questions.
Not hear me?
Throw them in there. She can't seem to hear us, but we can hear her.
I am in Restream.
Yeah, she's in there. Well, you know what? It's just technical difficulties. Guys, we're live is what it is. Why don't you hang tight for us for a moment? I'm going to throw this guy up, and we'll be back in a second.
Can you hear me now?
We're going to try it one more time. Hey, Jackie, can you hear me now?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
There we go. Magic.
Okay.
We'll take off the technical difficulties notification since we are, in fact, no longer having technical difficulties. Amazing presentation. Sure extraordinary. One of the things that Jackie wanted to mention is we are going to be uploading the videos again. We noticed that it's a bit cut off in the reshare. That's just because of the downsizing from this platform to the internet. So next week, we'll be sharing all the presentations from scratch. So in the meantime, if you have questions for Jackie, please put them here in the chat and comments, as well as know that we will be sharing her handout on the landing page for the conference. We'll have more information about that first thing tomorrow. So Jackie, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. As I was saying earlier, you know, I thought I knew a lot about Photoshop, but that was this amazing deep dive. And I think you did something really special there by giving us the experience of using Lensbaby in Photoshop in a way that most of us probably have not thought about. What's your journey been like to this amazing discovery?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for being here. It's really a privilege for me to be with the other luminaries. And I want to, you know, express how much I appreciate all that you did. This whole conference was your vision. And I know how much work went into it. So thank you, Michael. And thank you, Craig, for your work and your ideas and your dreams and making them a reality. So it's really a privilege to be here.
Thank you.
Yes. I want to do a real quick shout out to all of the fluorographers out there. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And to everybody else who may not have known me before, but thank you very much for bearing with the fact that my screen was cut off. So yes, we will fix that later. But my journey was that I noticed that there were some really, really interesting effects that I was able to achieve with a variety of combinations. I love like tiny things. I've done a variety of artwork, including working with small seed beads. And so I love the beauty in the tiny things. And the Lensbabies just bring this effect out, and they give you this sort of a dream that you can't really achieve any other way. But you have to be really, really, really close, or sometimes really, really far. And when you are very, very close or very far, that's not necessarily what you need to be shooting with or at the distance with if you're going to shoot a flower or a person. So sometimes you can get it all in one fell swoop. So for example, you get this wonderful swirl with the burn side or the twist along with your flower or your person or whatever you're shooting. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you're right up close and you get the flower and a nice creamy background. But what if you want to pair that with something that's really cool, but you can't get it unless you stack up all these extension tubes, for example? Or maybe you take a sweet 35 and you go outside and you shoot up into the trees. You can't do that and do the other at the same time. So it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too.
Yeah, I love that. And there's such a beautiful juxtaposition in the fact that, you know, this is something you can do in camera with Lensbaby and you can do it in post. And, you know, there's no rule that says you can't do both. There is no rule that says that you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I appreciate that. We'll dive into some questions here from Sherry. For us mere mortals, is there a secret to pairing textures with images?
I have no secrets. I just showed you everything I do. It requires practice every day and experimentation and learning. I'm constantly acquiring new skills, even if it's a minor thing, even a nuance in Photoshop or a nuance in shooting. Like I've already learned so much from all of the presenters before me. And if I walk away with just 3 things from this, I will be a better shooter and I will have more poetry in my head to put through my lens in the future. So just keep learning, keep shooting, and keep experimenting.
Yeah, that's great. And so much of this is just in that is learning and experimenting because, you know, for anyone who's spent any significant amount of time in Photoshop, they know what you just showed us takes years of practice. I assume you did not come out of the gate being able to do that in Photoshop.
Oh, no, I was, first of all, it took me at least 3 years before I was extremely proficient in Lightroom. I really feel like you have to ride the tricycle before you get on the bike. And then once you're on the bike, you don't go racing up and down the steep hills until, you feel pretty confident. And so I was intimidated by Photoshop in the beginning. And I had some issues that I couldn't deal with in Lightroom, like getting rid of distracting elements. You can only go so far in Lightroom. So at some point, if you're going to really make peace with things and salvage some images, that if not for just this one little thing, then you're going to end up taking a dive into Photoshop. But that's just the toes stepping into the shallow end of the pool. If you continue going in and you start to acquire those skills and learn how to apply them creatively, that's where the fun and the magic come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not agree more. I'll answer this one. How do we get the handouts, Jackie? We are going to post that on the conference landing page. So you can look out there at lensbaby.com/pages/conference. That is where they will be. Question back to you here, Jackie, from Jack. Can you discuss the pros and cons of extension tubes versus macro filters? I saw that you use both.
Okay, when there's certain lenses, like for example, the Sol 45, if you want to be able to access those bokeh blades, you can't put a macro filter on front of it, or you're gonna have to continually unscrew it. And then you're gonna, have fingerprints and smuts all over the macro filter. So I would put an extension tube on if I want to get closer with the Sol 45. Now with the optic swap system, any of the suites or the twist, even the new Spark, and for those of you who shoot with the Edge, that's probably the only optic I don't use much. Then you have another option. You can use the macro converters by Lensbaby. So if I'm out in the field, I'm almost always only going to use, with the optic swap system, I'm either going to use the Lensbaby 8 or 16 millimeter macro converters. Those slip in and screw in between your optic and the Composer Pro housing, or a macro filter. And the macro filter comes in a kit of a +1, +2, and a +4. The macro converters come in a set of 2, an 8, and a 16 millimeter. Get them all, because eventually you're going to have, if you don't already, you're going to have more than one optic. And what I like is that I don't have to keep screwing them on and off. I'll just leave 1 or 2 macro filters to screw on at the end. I'll leave them on one optic. Maybe the other one will have a macro converter. And maybe if I take them all off, they go in my bag. But if I limit myself and I only have one set of one or the other, then it becomes like a little bit of a mess. I was really impressed with Shelley's organization. Yeah, I am so disorganized because it's just not my style. So I have a bag. I like to travel as light as possible, and so I will take my all of it with me. The extension tubes have plus and minuses. If you use the extension tubes, you may experience like a loss in light, but also it's also going to inhibit it's going to change the nature of the sweet spot when you tilt these suites with the Composer Pro, any of them with the Composer Pro. When you tilt anything with an extension tube, it's going to, your fulcrum or your tilting point is going relative to the distance from your sensor is going to be different using the extension tubes versus using the macro converters. But I don't really recommend that you go full tilt anyway. So
yeah.
Hopefully that's
a super great point. Yeah, because they obviously extend. Jackie, we're running out of time, but I want to ask one more question before I bring Craig on. And that is, so many people have asked, what is your favorite Lensbaby?
That's not a fair question. Do I really have to answer it?
I mean, yes.
Well, right now, that's going to be tough. I really like the twist. I really like the twist because it allows me to stack up a couple of, maybe even just one macro filter or one 8 millimeter macro converter, just one, or maybe 2, and I can get close to my subject and I don't even have the twist. It becomes almost like a sweet 50. Craig may have a different perspective on that, but that's sort of been my experience. I haven't had the twist long enough to really, really know. But then I love that swirl around it. So a lot of people use vintage lenses, but why would you when you can get everything in one? So I like that swirl all the way around. And I think I mentioned when I was showing the demo on shooting textures that if you just go out and shoot a gravel driveway, you can get that swirl around it, a very, very faint image. And then you can use that as a layer on top of something else. Or you can just get that around your flower if you step back enough without all the macro filters and converters. If you step back enough, you can get that beautiful twist. So I like the twist for its flexibility. So since you forced me to pick one, that's it.
Well, this entire conference is about growing and getting out of our comfort zone, Jackie Kramer. Thank you so much for being here. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Hang out. Craig is coming on with me right now. Jackie, thank you, my friend, and we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Shoot Extraordinary. I don't know about you guys. Today has been absolutely incredible. I mean, just incredible speaker after speaker. And Craig, my friend, wow.
Yeah, that's awesome. First time, can you believe it?
Yes, I can. You know, what's really amazing about everything that we can do as creatives is if we put our mind to something, we can make it happen. And I will say this is we cannot do this alone. And to all of our incredible speakers, to the Lensbaby team here, Keith and Kayla and Craig and everyone, it's amazing. We cannot do this alone. And we still have tomorrow. We have an amazing panel tomorrow. We have an amazing review tomorrow. I mean, there's still so much.
Yeah, looking forward to winding things up and just seeing changes in the community and the feedback that we're getting. There's just an open conversation and you know, some really great speakers and it's, yeah, I'm just super impressed with everybody.
You know what really blows me away about this is so many of our speakers, this was their first time. They have never done this before, and they rose to the occasion in phenomenal and, dare I say, extraordinary ways.
Yes, extraordinary. It has been a great couple of days and one to go.
Yeah, we're super excited. So Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you guys for hanging out with us day 2, and we will see you tomorrow. Have an amazing evening, my friends.
All right. Have a great Wednesday evening or Thursday morning, depending on where you're at.
Right. See you tomorrow, Craig.
Bye.